Very portable to remote areas to trauma care locations instantly without the need of any other ancillaries. Well, a similar product in the market which ends up around 15 to 18 lakhs, we have brought the cost down remarkably. We have a wide range which starts from an affordable 5 lakhs to a high end of 10 and a half. So we are at TRL 7. So we are doing the certifications part, and subsequently we shall definitely proceed towards manufacturing and market. We would try to go via a distributor, certainly in certain cases, but definitely we have opportunities where we could directly approach the hospital system. Lots of suggestions we have received which are very valid, which are worthwhile, which we have probably missed during our innovations. So definitely they have been really helpful towards that. We definitely got lots of words of wisdom from the eminent people in the field, and a lot of ideas and motivations have been received from this particular IKP Expo. Yes.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Hi, I'm Vaibhav Bhatia, CEO of Lamarck Biotech. We are a company dedicated to drug product formulations. We make thermostable formulations for existing clinically approved biologics like insulin, vaccines, and many antibodies. Idea is we want to make sure that all these life-saving medicines are accessible in the deepest pockets of the earth. And one of the reasons this is not happening is because most of these biologics are temperature sensitive, means they have to be stored in refrigerated systems, and forget about part of the world. And we are making room temperature stable formulations to reach these places independent of cold chain. So you can store our insulin, which is our flagship product, at room temperature for around 2 years without losing any activity. It's not just it's the room temperature stable. In addition, it provides you better quality than any existing product in the market. We have done head-to-head comparisons with different drug products in the market, and we have shown 5 times better stability for our product than many experiments. We are now working in strategic collaborations with big pharma companies as for insulin, to make sure that we are able to reach market in a pretty quick way, where we can have a shorter clinical studies and try to be able to access a big part of the market, especially companies who are trying to reach these zones of globe which are not accessible currently, especially Middle East, Africa, Latin America, where the cold chain is not very exact. That's what we do. So as I mentioned, we are using a clinically approved drug substance in a partnership, and we are developing a drug formulation and going for what we call IND application within the next 12 months, using some what we call tick-based studies, porcine studies required for this, preclinical, and some advanced analytical studies with third parties. When we say full commercial, as I said, we work in strategic collaboration, and just to make sure that the strategic collaboration becomes a reality, where it's a paid collaboration, we are expecting to spend around 1 to 1.5 million only, which is still phase 1 clinical trials. And in case we have to go for manufacturing ourselves, we'll have to decide later after 18 months. That could be a bigger expense, but that's the latest stage for sure. Means in this case, we have to apply for all these after the clinical validation is done. So current stage, as I mentioned, we plan to use clinically validated drug substances. So we may not require many certifications for the drug substance, the API part. Only at the drug product level there could be changes. So it is reduced, but we have to apply for all of them once the clinical trials are done. IKP, has been organizing this for 3 years. Last 3 years I have been attending it, and it has been great networking even for me. I have met kind of every sector, regulatory, manufacturing, planning. So I have meet people, the top class people from every sector. It has been great. To Dipankita ma'am, Vishu, they have been organizing this, in the best possible manner for many years that I have seen. I just talked to one of your person, and it's a great thing. In fact, I was thinking why it's called My Startup, and I was like, okay, it's my startup. So, and it's a very empathetic way, and really, most of the startups, they don't have that kind of money to do their marketing and to reach to the people, to get the brain space. And it's a real effort that people are putting in. Really, thank you for that.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Hi, I'm Priyanjit Ghosh, co-founder and CEO of Logi.ai. I have Mr. Vinay with me. He's part of the founding team also, and I have Anand and Nivedita also with me. So, as you know, the first level of health screening is especially broken in our country, and it is very difficult to screen at the last mile. Be it for oral screening or be it for eye screening, it is very, very difficult to do. Now, there are two major reasons for it. The first reason is that you need various point of care devices and you need a technical expertise to go in the last mile and do the screening. The second reason is that people generally, unless and until it becomes a big problem for them, they do not travel, go to the hospitals or go to the diagnostic centers to do a screening. What we are trying to do is we are trying to create a software as a medical device platform at Logi.ai. So we have created our own AI-based digital health platform, which you can see. By using the existing smartphones, we can take images of eyes to detect various diseases, most importantly like cataract disease, which is responsible for 70% of blindness in India. And we are also working on various screening for various oral diseases like oral caries, oral cancer, etc. Where this is really useful is we are currently already present in the market, done more than 150,000 users have used our platform, and people like Apollo's, Colgate, Dr. Agarwal's across India are using our solution to give early warning signs to the users so that they can become aware and take the care at the right point of time. Currently, we are closing a seed round with some investors, with some angel investors, and we are on the verge of closing it at this moment. So currently, the strategy that which we took was we reached out through the B2B health partners, like the larger players which are present pan-India, to primarily reach product market fit. And then the next idea would be to reach the smaller players, and that will be our scale-up plan, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities who can use our technology and go about it. The experience has been really good for all of us. We are associated with IKP for last few years, and they have helped us financially as well as helped us with the right mentorship also. And now they are also providing us the right platform where we can interact with our peers, interact with mentors, get feedback. So yes, it has been very good and helpful for us.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ravi Kiran Manapuram, and I've founded this company called Medev Plus. It's registered as Tishas Medical Device Development. People know it by Tishas and Medev Plus as well. And I'm the managing director of the company as well. The company started with two other managing directors, Shweta Patnaik and Smita Patnaik, and Dr. Matthew Kurian is an ophthalmologist at Chaitanya Eye Hospital as well. And then we have other funding partners like PMC, Photonics Marketing Company, Mr. Atulya ji. We have VIT TBI, who gave a Bayrak seed fund. And we are also supported with BIG and Elevate from Government of Karnataka. What we do here is we are diagnosing glaucoma at a very early stage, and this diagnosis can happen anywhere at any point of time and can be done by anybody. It's a very portable device, and it can be carried in the flight as well as in the on the bike. It has been made so robust that it can be carried anywhere. It uses a very proven technology called optical coherence tomography. It is a 3D imaging technique. It passes light and gives a 3D structure of the eye. And from the 3D structure of the eye, we develop something called as a retina nerve fiber layer thickness map. And that thickness map gives the initial glaucoma, causes of glaucoma. Now, since it's a 3D imaging system, it has much more potential as well. We can also look at age-related macular degeneration. We can also look at diabetic retinopathy, keratoconus, keratitis. So the entire eye diseases can be diagnosed using this technology. But currently we are focusing on glaucoma because as of now there is no tool which can identify glaucoma at a very early stage, and glaucoma being the 12% blindness causing disease that is prevalent in India. In fact, WHO and NBM from NH, all they prefer that every person who is 40 years and above needs glaucoma screening at every 6 months. So that's the requirement as of now, and that is what we have developed. We have passed our regulatory 2 days back, and we are ready for the clinical validation. We have tied up with few hospitals to get our clinical validations done. And the next step we have is to make it further small, so 6 kilograms. We have already designed, we have patented, we have one patent filed internationally and 2 more patents following up. And the entire product release is planned for this financial year, before March 31st, 2023. The funding is very important because it's a deep technology product. As of now, thanks to Indian government and thanks to Karnataka government and thanks to VIT who supported us, right now we have very low margins. We see there's quite a lot of imports in here. We are looking to raise close to 5 crore so that we can convert this product to a completely indigenous, so that we can have more margins in our product. So that's the kind of amount we are planning to raise. This particular product is equipped with so much technology. It has got an OLED inside, which was researched by multiple hospitals, and that data we have used. We have made it in such a way that one shot, it takes less than 2 minutes to get the entire scan of the eye. So it is designed in such a way that anybody, any vision technician, even a high school pass out can easily use the system. You know, Anganwadi workers can also use it, and like a set of 100 people can use it. Are trained, then this device can be taken up by the government and even internationally. It's it's very easy to get trained. Actually, when we heard first time about my startup TV, it was like, you know, it was like a river flowing to the right tributary. You know, it was like amazing. This is something we really want, and we can go right fishing. You know, it's for both for I think investors as well. They can find us, and we can get exposure to the right audience. You know, there are multiple platforms, but getting exposure to the right audience is very, very important. I think that's what you guys are doing.
My name is Hanvit Jalapalli, and we are from Nirvesh Enterprises. So I manage the company. I'm the CEO of the company. So we are building India's first wearable technology which monitors the brain health management. So it's comprised of 2 parts, software and a hardware.
So software is completely app-based, where we provide the cloud-based services to the patient as well as the care providers. And the hardware is completely related to the point of care devices, diagnostic technology, where we'll be having the FNRI system, which is a complementary to fMRI, and also the EEG, which will be having a conventional method where we carry the EEG using the in-ear canal instead of a head scalp. So this is the overall brief, but we are completely into two verticals, brain injury as well as the stroke management. So in our pathway, we are into epilepsy, schizophrenia, and Parkinson's. Our solution is a post-operative care management, especially for caretakers as well as for the rehab centers. We are looking for funding of 4 crores for scaling up our product, and currently we are having grants from BIRAC as well as Nidhi Prayas. And we're thankful for the IKP support because of the mentoring as well as for the grant. So we are in a current state of validation, where we are looking for the cohorts help also for the validated products. So once we are done, we will be going for the CDSCO license along with the EU MDR. So we have challenges, especially for the population and cohorts, because it's a very niche population as well as the market, where the penetration is very less in India. Once we have approval, then we can go for abroad.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Hi, I'm Rajesh Yadav, CEO of Aerobasis Innovations Private Limited. We are an IIT Hyderabad incubated startup. We are incubated at Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship. We basically develop medical devices, smart medical devices for ICU care products. So our first device is Jeevan Light, what you see right in front of you. It's an adult and pediatric based ventilator which can be controlled from a distance. It has an IoT feature. That's a key feature that we required during COVID times. That's when we wanted the help from the doctors. When doctors are in close contact with the patients, they might get the contamination from them. So that's when we thought if we can control the device from a distance is what our overall idea was. We have a tab over here, 10-inch tab, which can be detached also and can be controlled from anywhere from nearby, or also if you want to control the whole system. In a rural setup, you have some doctors and there's a doctor, a well-established, experienced doctor in city, and they want to control the system, see what is their exact current monitoring status. That also they can do it by logging into the system. That's a key feature. In terms of cost, we have placed ourselves at 4 lakhs. As we compare with respect to our competitors, they will be like costing around 15 lakhs. With that, we have 1/3 is the price is what we were, the major part, a novelty which you want to please. We are already deployed 65 units. So using support from USAID and other different partners, government partners like Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and BIRAC. This is like a very ideal product for anyone who's from tier 2 cities. They have like very small bed size of 10 to 15, and they want to afford for upgrading their hospitals to as compared to a tier 1. That's a market which we have tapped in, which is a market which is not so far tapped in by the international brands. So because of the cost advantage, they are very keen to buy our units. That's why we have 200 plus pre-orders right now that we're currently working around to build the inventory and scaling up. That's our major goal in the next 6 months. We do have 3 products in our portfolio. This is the second device which we are working. The first one is the differential lung ventilation. That's the world's first differential lung ventilation. Though we consider lung as a single organ, there's like 2 different compartments. If one lung is infected more than the other, can we do it a differential way is what our hypothesis. With that, we did the initial set of product. It's almost an upgraded version of this, where you have 2 different flow rate, 2 different pressure, and then each lung can get different pressure. That's the first device. The third device is the JV Fit. It's like a smart vital monitor. It's like a watch which you can wear it. It will be able to collect SpO2 vital monitors, and that can be connected to a system. It will be like a full like feedback loop where the diagnosis will be done by the watch and the therapeutics will be given by the system. So that's like we're trying to tap into all this devices which is required for critical care. That's how we are trying to get into the market. So we are looking for raising $2 to $3 million at an evaluation of 100 crore. That's like next set of plan. This for increasing the scale up, where we have a target of around reaching 1,000 unit sale by end of 2023 and 2024. That's like we are part of a Mission Bharat program where we want to deploy this ICU care products in rural setup so that the rural setup people who have these kind of problems, they don't have to be dependent on a tier 1 city. They have to travel all the way to a city. They lose their daily jobs. It's not just them, the relative also loses it. And they go to a burden of paying the loan. So those things can be dropped down if we can deploy these kind of units into a rural setup and enhance their quality of care. We are looking for CE certification. So we have finished almost 50% of the paperwork. We are now looking for it. So it will take around next 3 to 4 months to get the certification in process. And then we are open for European, Asian and African market. IKMC 2022 has been a great experience. We have been part of this IKP for a long time, and this is a great exposure for any startup like us at whatever stage you are, even prototype or in a commercial stage. It helps us to connect with the investors who are coming in and also to pitch your ideas to new people who are looking to invest also. And also there are sometimes you also look for internships and someone who wants to join the company to also get an exposure. That's something which we are currently exploring. Let's see how things works out.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Good evening, everyone. I am Professor Shoumojit Roy. I am the co-founder of Solar Initiative Private Limited. We are based out of Kolkata, Bengal, and we are incubated in West Bengal Webel BCCI Incubator at Salt Lake in Kolkata. Our product is an innovation. It's a very portable modular oxygen making device. As you know, during the COVID period, we developed it with our own science, our own deep science and technology. We developed the product. It saved millions of lives. So it solves the pain points in the oxygen industry. So at a time when our health system was outstretched, this innovation came in handy for our friends, for our near ones, and as well as the community in that region en masse. So which is a pleasure and a beauty, and that is priceless, because we think that healthcare should be affordable. And as Dr. Devi Shetty says, and my dad is also a medical doctor, according to them, if healthcare is not affordable, it's no healthcare at all. So our mission is to make healthcare affordable, portable, and take it to every household so that no lives are lost. So the cost of this right now is 30,000 rupees. We are giving a discount of 5,000, but we are also exploring tech transfer possibilities because, we are scientists. So we want to do a tech transfer, and we have the vision that there will be 2 modules available. One is the cheaper, inexpensive one, which should be very less, and one high-end one with lot of beautiful add-ons like IoT implementation and Uber kind of implementation. And that will be a little bit expensive one. So we want to reduce the price, one below 10,000 segment and another one maybe 40,000-50,000 segment. So that's our vision. So it's a commercialized product, but now we have the market traction. If you Google, for example, Solar OM Redox, you will have a lot of internet traction. And recently, I'm very happy to say that recently Honorable Prime Minister launched this product in Pragati Maidan, and the Science Minister also inaugurated this product. So it came under the innovation of 75 innovations in 75 years of independence. And that was an initiative initiated by BIRAC, which also connected us with the IKP knowledge platform. So we are now partnered with IKP, and we hope that we can take this innovation further so that if anyone needs oxygen, we want OM Redox to be a household name here or even in Mars. So we are in the process of nucleating that ecosystem. So this is our first product. We have several other products in the pipeline. So this product, we now want to do a tech transfer, layer by layer tech transfer. And that's where we are partnering with IKP because they have a lot of experience and expertise so as to make this scaled across continents, across the countries. And this will make the dream of Made in India come true at high innovation and high deep science tech space. So that's our business model. Basically, we want to license it, across different countries. So we are having discussion with Bangladesh. We are also in the final stages of discussion with Webel, who is licensed. We are in the process of licensing it. So licensing is our model, and we have non-exclusive license, and we are also looking forward for partnership in southern India, meaning Hyderabad and around, because this is the most happening place so far as innovation, deep science is concerned. This has been an awesome experience. We are extremely thankful because we have come across an extremely talented set of people who cuts across the edges of expertise with legal knowledge as well as epistemology, which is a rare combination which we see in the IKP team, right from the CEO right down to Harshata Vadkar and Bandhana. So we have an excellent team. They are working together seamlessly, and this has been a wonderful experience. We were able to connect with top people, decision makers, and we were also see the possibility of even nucleating a tech transfer right here in Hyderabad. So we are extremely pleased. We didn't expect so much. So we have our hands full, and we are very, very grateful to IKP as well as BIRAC for giving us this opportunity. I think this is a unique initiative, I would say, because my startup, what you are doing is really a platform, because, you know, startups, what they look for platforms to be promoted. People who are doing startup, they are not doing it for revenue sake only. They are doing it because it's a passion, and they need facilitating platforms, because platforms are like yours, my startup, can make a difference, and they can really take the startups like ours to doors and across barriers, because nowadays people don't read newspapers. Everything happens on Twitter, on Facebook in real time. And that's where seamless technology and seamlessly integrated platforms like my startup and similar initiatives can create a new ecosystem. They can become a new fourth pillar, so to speak, of this fabric where executive, legislature, and judiciary, if you consider them as three pillars, then these type of platforms can become the fourth pillar, and they can enable us, and they can reach us, take us to a different level. So I think it's a wonderful initiative, and we hope that we can also, you know, be part of this initiative and help each other and giving back to the society. That's also the dream, I think, of every startup owner or startup initiator, because at the bottom of our heart, we are trying to make India a better place to be. So it's a wonderful initiative, and thank you so much.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
I'm Dr. Nageshwarrao. I did a PhD in protein chemistry. So my company is Bicus Therapeutics. Bicus Therapeutics is started by University of Hyderabad's alumni. We are into some of the niche areas of biopharmaceuticals. We were working on the biosimilars in the rare diseases and some of the biosimilars which are not available in India and which are not affordable by the Indian patients. We have already commercialized 2 products. We have licensed the technology to Indian companies, and we are working more on other products which are in pipeline. So we are presently on the B2B. We are strong in R&D. We develop the technology, and the technology will be transferred to other companies. So this is fantastic. We have got opportunity to a lot of people, a lot of innovators and entrepreneurs and business people. So definitely this is a big experience for us.
Good morning.
morning. This is Rohan Tripathi. I'm the founder of iNovocare Health Sub Solutions Private Limited. Now, if any of you follow cricket regularly, you would have seen that this year during the IPL auctions, the auctioneer Hugh Edmundis had a fall, had a blackout and fell down. That is one of the symptoms of autonomic neuropathy. That is what we are trying to diagnose here. If you see that autonomic neuropathy has not one but many symptoms that tremendously degrade the general quality of life, and this increases a lot when you have diabetes, when you have old age, and even with some diseases like long COVID. So what we are doing here is we are recording your body's response when you are performing certain activities like change in posture, when you are doing activities like sustained hand grip, when you are doing a Valsalva maneuver, and we are comparing it with the medically set parameters results. We are following the Edwings et al. That has been accepted by the medical fraternity globally. The way we entered working into this was we had developed a very simple prototype of a head-up tiltable test for one of our mentors, Dr. Shamanth Dutt, at the School of Tropical Medicine, Kolkata. Upon setting this up, we found out that the diagnostics required with that simple seesaw-like head-up tiltable test were severely lacking. After understanding that, we went to a lot of doctors for people involved in the medical education fraternity, and there we found out that a lot of doctors, they are saying, when we are asking them, do you think your patients, especially the diabetic people, must have this test done? They are saying yes. Then we ask them, how many of your patients have done it? Then they give us a smile. That's why we critically understood and tried to understand why this test is not happening. We examined the existing devices in this who are doing this partially. We found that one of the issues was the price was an issue, accessibility was an issue. Another issue was these devices are very bulky devices where the software runs in a separate PC or computer. That you can understand increases the price by 60,000-70,000. And if you think of the range of this problem, in India, the diabetic numbers are not a surprise to anyone. Even the elderly boom is absolutely at our doors. So that's why we think this is the time to look into this product. It's not about what I think, it's what the American Diabetes Association recommends. They are saying that for everyone with type 2 diabetes mellitus, everyone should have periodic testing of autonomic neuropathy. And even for the elderly, this is also critically required. Even these days, the doctors are saying for people who are rehabilitating or recovering from stroke, the stroke patients, to understand the quality of rehabilitation, this is required. Even these days, they are saying, the medical science is saying that for the sports people, because the sports people have to go through a lot of checks to see their physical fitness is at the best levels. You can perform a yo-yo test to get your external fitness done, but what about your autonomic neuropathy? So for these responses, it's essential to have tests like this. Currently, we have completed the individual parameter testing successfully with a very positive result. We have received the bioignition grant, and up next we are heading towards the testing in the medical clinical setting with near about 100 patients in a hospital with a medical supervision. Currently, what we are planning to do is enter near the commercial stage, gather as much as data from the grants that we have raised using BIRAC Big and initially Nidhi Prayas. Once we have sufficient data, then definitely we will require a lot of funds, because for a medical device, the clearance and the diagnostics, and we don't want to be restricted only in India, so the international licensing also will require sufficient amount of money. There was a lot of interest, not only from the doctors, but also people in the medical research community. They showed significant amount of interest, and they even, as we are taking some time developing it, I frequently get contacted and calls like, how far are you? Have you done it? Like in this upcoming 14th November is the World Diabetes Day. So yesterday only I got a call from one of the doctors who is one of our biggest supporters. Like, let's have a screening with your device on that day. I say, just wait a little, let us get some momentum, and then we will proceed. It was absolutely great attending the IKMC 2022. I have been here previously in IKMC 2019 as well. Last 2 years I attended the online versions, but being here physically, meeting the who's who of the medical innovation community, it has been just awesome. And also meeting a lot of my mentors here also. So it has been a great learning experience.
I'm Sandal Kotawala from Alphalius Technology Private Limited, and at Alphalius we have built world's first portable visual field perimeter. So essentially what this is it's a device for testing glaucoma. Now glaucoma is an eye disease from which almost 60 million people are affected worldwide, and it goes undiagnosed. So you may have glaucoma, right, in one of your eye, and since you open both your eyes, you may not realize that you have glaucoma. So until you get tested, you don't realize, and in fact 90% people goes undiagnosed. So what we have made is a test in a VR. It's essentially kind of a game where you can wear this VR headset and do a testing for glaucoma. And typically the traditional devices, they are big and bulky, costing about 25 lakh rupees, right? And it takes almost 30 minutes for a test to complete for a patient. What we have done is we have made that 1/10 the cost of conventional device. So it's 1/10 the cost, and it's 100 times portable, and it's way more comfortable for the patient. We worked with Arvind Eye Hospital and Johns Hopkins to validate it, and currently we have 100 plus users, 100 plus doctors who are already using it. More than 50,000 testing being done through our devices. We have an OEM who is doing it. Earlier we used to manufacture in Bangalore, but then we outsourced. As we were scaling up, we outsourced it to an OEM. And going forward, I think OEM based approach works best for us for the volumes we have. Yeah. The visual field perimeter market itself is about $500 million market in annual sales, and talking about other tests that can be incorporated. So the market is somewhere around $1 billion a year kind of revenue, and our strategy going forward is essentially to go device as a service, where instead of doctor having to pay for this device, he can pay per test utility, and that's what we are trying to raise about $500,000 to pilot and scale up that model. So far, since we have been mostly in India, we don't have, we are in process of getting CE. For the previous version, we had FDA 510K exemption, but for the current version, we don't have. So we are in process of getting those certification. Although we have a couple of users who are using as a demo device in US or a few in Africa. It has been amazing, especially, for example, there is this Dr. Abnisha in US, Moran Eye Center, and she's using these devices in the refugee camps. So people who are not a part of healthcare system, they can use device like this, and they can get benefited, who don't have healthcare there. And in Africa, of course, the pricing, it's a price sensitive market. So again, the response have been very good. So it was very personal experience. I was a glaucoma suspect. I went to Arvind Eye Hospital for an eye test, and then I realized the existing device is so difficult to use. It's so expensive. Moreover, it was never available for villages and outreach. So that was the motivation to make something portable and easy to use. And I'm proud. Like I've got a good team who helped me develop the entire thing. So I was more or less a developer, but now being an entrepreneur, yeah, you handle everything. Whatever it requires, you do that. So that's how it has been. Yeah, IKMC, it's been amazing. You find a lot of old folks you met probably 4 or 5 years ago, and they're back here. And also overall, the quality of sessions, right? The networking is good. The kind of people they're bringing in is amazing. The quality of sessions is great.
Hi, my name is Chandramouli. I'm the founder of Care Health Tech Services Private Limited. So what we are doing in Care is we are primarily trying to bridge the gap between the rural patients and the doctors in the city with the help of a health worker. So ideally, through our model, we'll be empowering ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, or diagnostics center guys, or even a paramedic personnel with our mobile app, which will enable them to book appointments on behalf of the patients and connect them to the right specialists. So, as you know, nearly 70% of the population in India lives in rural areas, and many of them do not have access to specialist doctors, right? So, even in the primary healthcare centers, which are almost like 10 kilometers away, none of them have a proper doctor. And in community health centers, nearly 70% of them also don't have specialist doctors. So ideally, if somebody wants to have access in the rural area to get access to a specialist doctor, they need to travel almost close to 70 kilometers. So as you know, that is very difficult. On top of it, there are patient profiles like pregnant women, senior citizens, injured personnel. So they need specialists and they can't even move an inch out of their house. So the idea is to help these kind of patients with the help of health workers. So we have built an app, mobile app. Basically through that app, as I said, they'll be able to consult with the senior specialists. Apart from that, the health workers can also bring out the vital details which is required for the doctor. Ideally in a telemedicine, as you know, when it happens between the doctor and the patient, many times they don't have access to vital details like blood pressure, BP, sugar, and so on. But here, because the health worker is present with the patient, they can also provide all the details. So in that way, the kind of quality of care is improved and the accessibility is also provided along with the affordability. We are actually building a franchising model as of now, wherein we have identified in the rural setups diagnostic center guys or a pharmacy guys who have some background, and we are onboarding them with our platform. So we are giving them our platform as well as our doctors, specialist doctors, so that they can actually consult through our platform. So that's how we are doing. So we've recently started, so we are expanding in some of the pockets of Uttar Pradesh. We are focusing mainly on getting our platform integrated with the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So as you know, like ABDM is one of the key initiatives of Government of India, where they are trying to build a healthcare record system for the patients across India, right? So we are actively working on that, through which we'll be able to directly work with the Government of India in creating ABHA IDs for the rural patients, and also be part of doing some direct assignments given by the Government of India. So that is going to be one source of income. The other is this franchising model, where we will identify some health workers on the ground and enable them through our platform. So the other model is, as you know, most of the target audiences are low income population. So ideally, we cannot actually charge them a lot of money for the treatment. So we are also working with foundations, wherein we are tying up through CSR models, where we are enabling our platform or probably giving our technology platform to them, so that they can actually provide this healthcare through. So we are basically working on some model together and reaching out to these foundations to raise funds for the health programs. So we are working out different models. There are some clinics already in the rural pockets who doesn't have a technology. They primarily are doing either through WhatsApp or Zoom or video and so on. So they can also use our software, because it and in the backend, as I said, we are integrated with ABDM, and it also maintains health records. We have access to vitals and everything. So we'll be able to also digitize their entire process through our platform. So I would say a small size HMR system is built in this entire app. So the software we built is it works both in a tab or a mobile phone, and even on a laptop, like if somebody wants to operate through a laptop. But ideally, what we have done is we assume that many of the patients in the rural areas do not have a smartphone, right? So that is the reason we are actually driving through the health workers. So ideally, it is the only health worker who will have the smartphone. It need not to be the patient who needs to carry a smartphone. Yeah. IKM, I've been actually associated with them through GenCare. So we are part of GenCare mission program. So through them we know IKM, and also through other colleagues and some of my previous connects. So I know about IKM, and that's how I was basically come to this event. So far the experience has been great. I've been actually made some very good connects here, and great networking has happened, and also met new friends. So that's the whole idea. So I think overall experience has been tremendous.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Hi, my name is Dr.Mansukhmandaviya, and I am CEO and Chief Scientific Officer of UR Advanced Therapeutics. We are a group of academicians and industrial scientists which started this company. We are majorly focused on innovation, bringing innovation to India. And currently our first product that we have launched is a dynamic apoptosis detection kit. What it does is it identifies the dying cell. So if you are screening for n number of drugs to identify a drug which is specific for a specific cancer, you will screen for thousands of drugs, and you want an identification mechanism which drug of cancer. So there this kit is being used, and this kit is a competitor for a current global gold standard player which is Annexin 5, that is a 32 kilodalton protein. What we have developed is a 1.5 kilodalton small peptide. It is a single step process. You just add it to your cells and start observing the dying cells, and it can be used for facts, you can be using for imaging, or you can use by fluorimetry. So you can have a number of applications, and at the same time, being small, you can penetrate into deep tissue. That means you can image or screen for the cells that are deep inside your tissue for dying cells. Further to this, we have a few more products that are in line, which are again patented by us, and the next product is a exosome identification kit. The current method of doing exosome isolation is using ultracentrifugation or antibody-based precipitation. What we have identified is a pan-exosomal marker which can precipitate the cell exosomes from various cells or tissues, or even smallest volume of tissue like tear fluid. You can identify the exosomes, and thus we can go for a non-invasive diagnostic approaches using this. Currently, we just soft launched our one product, and we'll be in the market by Asia 2023. And in between time, we are supplying the kits to different market players as well as academics and industries, so that we get beta testing done. It will take another 3 months before we are commercialized in the market. So currently we are funding by ourselves, and we are looking for a strategic investor or like a long-term partner who can help us in achieving our bigger ambitions and goals.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. Myself Dr. Vikas Kumar Agarwal, cancer surgeon from Calcutta. Our product is MAPOT. All of us have felt pain in our life, and whenever the pain comes, the first thing is Ma or the mother. Similarly, the pain of cancer, I think whole world is aware about it. And pain of cancer is more with the chemotherapies, which is given injections multiple times, and the pain, ulcers, extravasation, a lot of complications are there, which is more than the pain of cancer. To relieve this cancer pain from the patient, we have a patented device, MAPOT, sutureless chemoport with the flexible flanges. They are the already imported ports which are available in the market in the range of 30 to 35,000, and which is very costly in the country like us, which have a diverse economy status. and cancer does not differentiate between a rich and poor. It can affect anybody. So to relieve the pain of chemotherapy in these patients, we have made a affordable, made in India and a patented sutureless chemo port. This device has multiple advantages because in these old available devices, you need to fix it with a small sutures and they can dislocate, they can migrate, the port can displace, and it is tedious process, painful to the patient. In our device, it is just like plug and just like a belt, you fasten it. So ease of placement, less painful, and ease of removal, less inflammation. The size is just like a size of a tablet, so it's very less discomforting to the patient. And the advantage of this chemo ports, these can be used to draw the blood directly from the heart if the patient requires testing, which a cancer patient regularly requires. You can infuse medicines, and this can be punctured 2000 times, and once you puncture it with a needle, you can keep the needle for 3 to 5 days. So the patient can complete the treatment for the whole lifetime. That is the advantage of Ma port. For our clinical application, you can see we have migrated from these stages and we have reached to this final stage where our product is ready. Because it's an implantable device, it's a device which will be there in the body for more than 6 months. It becomes a type C medical device coming in contact with the blood. So we are now TRL 6 plus, everything molds and others are ready. The biocompatibility testing and a CDCO certification followed by ready to use. So the conventional therapies are given in the veins. Okay, and the moment the chemotherapy goes in the vein, I'll show you a picture. The simplest thing which can happen is the vein get thrombosed. It's a painful hand, and now you can't give any more chemotherapy in this hand. So, and if the chemotherapy comes out of it, you can imagine what will happen. It will be an ulcer which will never heal. And with this kind of device, you can see the video, this is implanted inside. You can even go for the swimming and everything, nothing is outside. There is a different version between the vein lines and this central port are called a peripherally inserted central catheters, but those things lies outside. We in India have a risk of infection. Taking care of those are very difficult. Here you don't require any care. Once a month you go to your doctor, get your therapy or get it flushed. That's it. So, like a chronic kidney disease, we are a world capital of diabetes, which is leading to a huge number of chronic kidney cases, which requires a regular dialysis. So these patients, they have shunts in one hand, so you can't use that hand. One hand where we require some therapy. So in those who require long-term treatment, long-term nutrition, so GI disorder, where you require long-term IV total parenteral nutrition, the port can be used. So there are multiple uses. Apart from this, you can even use as in the different places where the necks are doing surgery. In that, if you require this, you can put it in the other large vein called a femoral vein and others. So there are multiple uses apart from the chemo also. So for the certifications and this, CDSCO certification, biocompatibility itself costs 20 lakhs. CDSCO will be in the range of 10 to 15 lakhs. And the CE and the FDA certification, because now we are India, which is looking not only for make in India, but to export these to other countries, not only the Asian, even in the other countries. So CE and FDA would require another 25 to 30 lakhs. Apart from the industry manufacturing unit, so we are looking in the range of 5 to 10 CR so as to complete all legs. And the business opportunity is huge because we have seen a pandemic of COVID. Cancer is a pandemic. As per the data available in Google and everywhere, 1 in 10 men in India has a risk of cancer, 1 in 8 female. Already 15 lakh new cancer patients every year. and 70 to 80% requires chemotherapy. So the huge opportunity of the investor to get a hike in his investment from seed to series A or B, everybody will be benefited. The investment as a partnership in the company and 5 to 10 CR so that we can complete the leg. Half completion, even initial of 1 CR, and once we complete the leg, then they invest the further. That's okay. So it should be a. It is amazing. We are already a big Bharat grantee, so that was a huge support in the development phase. And after attending this, brushing a shoulder with those who's in the industry, those who have developed from innovation to a company, the words of wisdom and are huge, which has helped us in overcoming the hurdles, reducing the cost of biocompatibility, meeting the people who are into biocompatibility and testing and others. So that will be a great leap for us to move forward to market.
International Knowledge Millennium Conference 22 was organized in Hyderabad by International Knowledge Park, a life sciences incubator. At the 2 days event, startups were recognized for their work with awards. My Startup TV spoke to awardees on the sidelines of the event. Listen in.
Hi, I'm Komal Shah and I'm the founder of Ikshana Healthcare. This is a poster of our work. We are working on developing a treatment solution for women having urinary incontinence. So, urinary incontinence refers to a condition where you don't have control over urine flow. So, typically after childbirth or aging, or even women who have lung conditions can develop weakness in their pelvic floor muscles, and when these muscles become weak, it's difficult to control, basically to contract and relax the muscles the way they should be done for controlling urine itself. So for strengthening these muscles, it is possible to exercise. Just like any other muscle, you can exercise and strengthen them. For these also it's possible, but these muscles are deep seated inside the body. So it's not like your arm where you can see that you're bending enough and the exercise is happening correctly. So these muscles are inside the body. So about 40% women are not able to do these exercises correctly. So the electrical stimulation is a known alternative where you give stimulation pulses, electrical pulses to these muscles, and the pulses will make the muscles contract and relax the way they should happen clinically. So here, what we are doing is that we are putting the same electrical stimulation, the entire technology platform, into a wearable. The reason why we are doing this is because this treatment, it needs to be given multiple times a day, every day for several months at a stretch. So it's difficult for women to visit clinical setups, say to a physiotherapist or to a gynecologist for so many times every day, and naturally the compliance is very low. So that's the reason why we need something which they can use in a portable manner. There are other devices which can do the same thing. Like in India, we have Liberty by Utah Medicals, but they give electrical stimulation with an intravaginal device, which is not comfortable and to a large extent seen as a taboo in India. So what we are using are surface-based electrodes. It's just a wearable where you can, this is the line along which electrodes and other parts come in. These are integrated in the wearable, and it's very thin and it's very discreet to use. So I can basically be wearing this sitting at my work desk doing my work, and no one would know that I'm actually taking the treatment. So that is the main USP of our device. The other aspect here is that women in general in India are not really aware that this situation can be cured. So we've actually met more than 100, about 120 women, and we've spoken to them. And what we learned is a lot of them think that, my grandmother had it, my mother had it, so I was just expecting to get it. They just say that I'll put an alarm on my phone every 1 hour, I'll just go to the washroom. I won't let it collect, so, it won't really leak. But they don't realize that it's going to escalate in some time. If you don't pay attention to it, after some time, it's just going to escalate the condition, and then it'll be even more difficult to manage. So apart from coming up with the device, we also have a Ikshana community where we are trying to spread awareness about this condition. So as of now, we have 40 women part of the group, and we are hoping to grow further.
So at what stage is the product?
Yeah, so the platform is ready and we are doing some clinical validation tests. So this product, it actually started in IISc Bangalore, and the IISc Health Center itself, we have collaborated with them and we are doing some tests for the platform itself. The wearable is also ready, but we haven't started tests there. Recently, we got the Big Bhairav grant, and we are our plan is to start working with that grant towards first to make it fully compliant to medical standards, and to then take it out for pre-compliance testing and other aspects. But I think the clinical trial will require the maximum amount of funds, which we are looking to start in about 8 or 12 months from now. And we've already started preparing for that, and I think that will require a huge funding because of the number of people who will have to be involved. Oh, it's been great actually. Even before this, IKP has helped us a lot to develop our work, and at every stage towards meeting with people and getting mentorship and other aspects. And to come here and to meet all of them together at once was also great. We've also attended a lot of workshops here, which have been very helpful. So there was one workshop on term sheets which we attended yesterday evening, and we didn't know a lot of these things, and to hear directly from someone who otherwise is on the other side of the table to understand what their perspective is very helpful.
Hello, my name is S.K. Dash, and I am the Managing Director of Consital Life Sciences Private Limited, which focuses on botanical extracts and using it to validate drug discovery, so that we target those illnesses for which currently allopathic drugs are not adequate, or they don't actually sustain the entire spectrum of requirement that is supposed to be there. So currently we are working on eliminating malaria. So when people think about anti-malarial, we have gone that extra step, and as you know, WHO has mandated that by 2030 the entire the developing countries should eliminate malaria. And India happens to be number 4 in the burden ranking, and number 1, 2, 3 is obviously from Africa. So if we can just take down the top 10 countries, then 90% of our burden of malaria is eradicated. So till now, the government or the authorities, they were focusing on vector control. Vector control means the mosquito management part of it by fogging, anti-larval measures, but that's not adequate. What is required is the parasites remain hidden in the human liver, and they are asymptomatic. So this facilitates the transmission. So if you want to eliminate malaria, then you got to cleanse the entire area, the endemic area that is harboring the parasite, by giving repeat dose of a safe anti-malaria. So that is why all anti-malarials cannot be used to take out malaria, because they have side effects. But the one which we are developing is very safe, and it is nano encapsulated, and it is target delivered to go and hit the liver. And that is where at the initial stages the plasmodium multiplies. So if you take care of that, no more clinical signs of malaria, and also the residual parasite that is there in the reservoir, that also gets cleansed. So that's our part or our contribution towards eradication of malaria. So as I said, in the endemic areas, the people, they may be asymptomatic, they don't show signs of malaria, but they are very much harboring the parasite. So the parasite and the human host, they have a symbiotic relationship. So unless we cleanse that or sanitize that part of the liver which is harboring the parasite, we can't take out the entire or eliminate malaria. So the formulation that we have is actually can be given to any asymptomatic people, so-called healthy people, and they can take that. This can be given in pregnancy, it can be given to children because it is botanical based and quite safe, well characterized. So that is how it can be mass deployed. We have already completed the preclinical phase. Now we have been covered by Big 16 of BIRAC. We have been funded, and thanks to BIRAC we are there. We have validated the proof of concept. Now we have to go to the human clinical trials, that is phase 1, phase 2, and that can only happen when we have additional set of funds. We are looking something like 3 to 4 crores, and that will take us up to the phase 3 clinical trial. So we are talking to different facilitators, funding organization, hoping to catch their attention. If currently the funding that we are looking for is available, then I think within 2 years' time, we should be in a position to roll out the product and commercialize that product. Since we have traveled this far, it's actually facilitated by IKP, and thanks to IKMC 22, so we are able to exhibit whatever our products are there, whatever technologies we have developed, our progress to the visiting dignitaries and people who are interested, and that way we hope to catch their attention and take our journey forward. So this is something which India has to do because it has high malaria burden, number one, and number two, it's a sort of leadership that is looked forward from India for the African countries, and that is something which we should capitalize on. I mean, we should be encouraged through availability of funding, and that puts India into a space where you don't have to depend on artesunate. Today, artesunate, which is the present anti-malarial, has gone resistant. But we have done our tests at CCMB, Hyderabad, which shows that we are good to go even for resistant variety. So we are on the cusp of something good. And by the way, I can also say that malaria has fetched 2 Nobel Prizes. This is a product, and we are there who are giving alternative to artesunate, maybe if not the Nobel, at least some great prize for this sort of discovery and recognition certainly accrues to us.
My name is Dr. Rekha Godbole. I am the co-founder and the director of a company called Gene Accurax Private Limited. This is based in Bangalore. We are a consortium of companies working together for the healthcare benefit. So I have been working in field of HIV, and for last 5 years I have been trying to develop a kit for HIV drug resistance. I have already developed one in-house kit which I have tested on 200 patients, and it was very helpful for the clinicians. But as we were doing the test, we found that this is not very affordable for many of the HIV patients, and also it takes a too longer time. So I am trying to develop a multiplex PCR kit, and we found that the commercial viability of that test is also a little not feasible. So now what we are trying to do is we are trying to work in 2 ways. One is we are working with NGS where the cost will come sufficiently down, and also the turnaround time will be lesser. Secondly, we are working with microfluidics using a lamp technique, but that may take a little more time. So right now my focus is on NGS, and we'll be able to help the HIV patients as well as help the doctors to change the regime or decide which regime to use. Right now we are in the standardization stage because we have just changed our angle a little bit. So it may take another 2 to 3 months to develop that. So I have got BIRAC funding for this, but we will need more funding to do validation and to actually get to the market. So maybe I'll look out for more funding from SIBRI or something where we will be able to get to the market level. This is a wonderful event. I have met a lot of people. I have tried to build partnerships with some people, and also I've got a very good advice from the mentors. And IKP is generally wonderful because they are very friendly and useful, and they have always been there for my all difficult tasks to get sorted out.
Hi, this is Nalini. I'm a director for Levin Bakers Private Limited. We are making millet-based parathas made using fermentation technology, which is one of its kind. We are also in the process of patenting the technology. We are making millet-based parathas, which are currently not available in the market. And by using fermentation, we are able to make millets, enhance the taste and texture of millets, and make it more palatable to the modern customers. If you see today's modern days, making chapatis have become a cumbersome process for the modern customers, every household. It's also difficult for students to get healthy nutritious food, and they have to depend on the local eateries and packed food, again compromising on their health and taste. So we have identified the problem to this solution. We have come up with more tasty, healthy chapatis, which is a better alternative to the homemade ones. And with fermentation, we have been able to increase and enhance the taste and texture of millets, because millet is again the food for future. We are all facing nutritional issues. Every kid, there are so many kids who are malnutrition. So even the government, we as an individual have to do something to combat this problem. And when we see millets was our ancestral food, and that time we didn't have so many lifestyle diseases, lifestyle problems. But after consuming the modern food more like rice and wheat, we have also started getting a lot of other problems. So now it's a time that we have to go back to our ancestors' food. But again, then we are not used to eating millets. They are hard, they are brittle. It's very difficult to make millets. So we have come up with this solution. These are ready to eat. This is also soft, as good as the wheat parathas that we are used to, and also more palatable. It's tastier. With fermentation, we have been able to increase the shelf life naturally. It's 3 times more than what is available in the market without the use of any preservative. And with fermentation, there are more health benefits, like body is able to absorb more minerals, and also the nutritive profile gets better. It enhances. Like if you see, even the wheat parathas compared to a fermented wheat parathas have higher protein and less carbohydrates. And it is good for digestion, it is good for sugar management. So there are a lot of benefits with fermentation. Currently, we have kept the prices very affordable so that more and more customers are able to try the product. This we have tested 21 days, and it was good with all parameters. So it can last for 21 days in the refrigerator. Currently, we have done soft launch in different departments. Eventually, I want the customers to first recognize the brand, get used to the product, know that it's a good product, and the next step would be to put up in the various supermarkets. After that, we would definitely like to move beyond Hyderabad to other states, and maybe in the next 2 years, we would want to go global. These are just the basic products that we have come up with. We will be introducing more and more variants based on millets.
Hi, good evening. My name is Duke Chaudhary. I'm the marketing manager for the company called MicroGo. So we are into the space of hygiene and infection control solutions, providing to different healthcare sectors. So what we basically do is we buy out problems from different companies, especially the healthcare and the food industry, and we tackle their problems with our solutions, hygiene solutions, and give them digital solutions in the space of SaaS, right, where we give them smart, assured, sustainable and service. So what we do basically is we give them a smart solutions which is digitalized. We give them a short product which is scientifically being proved, as well as we give them sustainable, which is environmental sustainable as well as operational sustainable, and also give them a service which is basically trainings to the people who actually needs them. So we have a complete ecosystem that we are trying to create for the space of hygiene and infection control, and bring out solve their problems according to their need, customize problems for their needs. So we are trying to create prevention for in the space of hygiene, in the space of AMR, and in the space of One Health, where we are trying to create an ecosystem for creating a better food for people, for humans, or better lifestyle for humans. Also along with that, giving them creating a better healthy ecosystem for animals as well as environment. Our products make sure that you get your health hygiene compliance complete 100%. Along with that, we can give customizable digital solutions, as well as digital aggravator of monitoring systems, or 100% real time data to which you can measure, which helps you measure your benefits, measure your hygiene protocols, and that way you can create an ecosystem which helps and create awareness across industries and give them a better space to evolve into the origin of the SaaS way. So that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to create this ecosystem for different in different industries actually, and give them a better solution for the upcoming future. So as of now, we have already got the Series B funding, and we are into the commercial space. So we are almost our turnover is almost going up somewhere around 40 crores right now, and we are trying to do as much as sales we can. So right now we are also evolving into different spaces and bringing in new products, a new product range, expanding our hands into poultry industries and exports. And certain expansion is already going on. We are also expanding our sales and marketing team. We are trying to grow in different other spaces, different places where we are not available as of now. So we have covered India into the zone 1 and the zone 2 basis. So zone 1 is the South India, which is mostly covered. Zone 2, we have only touched the Delhi and Gujarat area.
I'm Rishikesh Kulkarni. I'm an electrical engineer at Upchiti. So we as a company are a tech company, and we build electric powertrains for all the micro mobility systems which we are concentrating right now. It may be low speed scooters, electric bicycles, skates, and all kinds of stuff. So we build the entire powertrain, and the parts could be battery management system, battery, motor controller, and all kinds of stuff. So as a first product, we have built a world's first battery management system in which you can charge your batteries with the help of any USB-C connectors that is already at your home. It might be laptop chargers, your mobile chargers, etc. So yeah, this will be helpful to us in a lot of ways. Like if you take these bicycles to your home, to your workplaces and all, you can just detach those batteries, treat it as your mobiles, laptops, so that you can just charge it, and then you can treat it like those things, and you can charge it at your table desk anywhere you want it. So yeah, the basic idea of charging your EV is no different to charging your laptop now is achieved. And we'd like to show a demo of this. If it is a 60 watt adapter, it starts to charge anywhere between 52 to 55 watts, so that it's not an overload on the adapter or on the battery pack side. So yeah, so taking care of all the thermal issues and everything, this BMS is smart enough to take care of all those things. We are currently working in B2B, working as a in B2B sector. We are trying to get into a B2C sector. We still are not into revenues, but still the product is completely mature in order to go to production, and we are in talks with the battery manufacturers in order to test our product, and these BMS can be scaled up to scooters and all, electric scooters. So we are working on that also, and we have certain innovative things that is going on in the motor controller part also.
Hi, myself Pratima Solanki, and I'm founder director of 3K Nano LLP. So our startup at AIC JNU Jawaharlal Nehru University, and we are making the biosensor for vitamin D3 detection, which is supported by Biorec Bake. So in this regard, we are fabricating this strips for immobilization of your antibodies for detection of vitamin D3, 25 hydroxy vitamin D3. And then this is the second component of our biosensor, that is electronics device, which is under fabrication, which once we our electrodes will be ready, that will be connect with the electronics device, and we can easily check the vitamin D3 concentration into our blood sample in the form of the digital value. Second, as we know that nanomaterials have the very good the capacity to immobilize biomolecules. They provide high sensitivity as well as the more adsorption capacity of the biomolecules. In this regard, we are synthesizing various nanostructured materials, and basically this is the biosensing platform that how we developed it. So first, the sensing electrodes will be used to immobilize these nanomaterials, and then antibodies to be immobilized on their top surface, and it will be connected with the electrochemical analyzer to check their electrochemical response. So nanomaterials which we have synthesized in our laboratory, we can also incorporate it in the form of the nanofibers, and we simultaneously we are making nanofibers of biopolymers like cellulose, and we can also synthesize these nanofibers on the basis of the customer requirement. They can purchase, some of the students, laboratory based students, they are taking from us, and on their research purpose. So on the basis of the requirement, if anyone wants gives us some design, that we can also have some good facility for develop the 3D products in our lab. To all these knowledge, we are spreading to students who are the interested to make our students. So we are conducting the workshop in our startup, and in like the 10 days or the 15 days to share their knowledge. So if anyone is interested, they can contact us. Like our website is www.3knano.com, and we are on LinkedIn. So please contact. So we are very thankful to IKP team, and they have invited us to participate in this exhibition. We are very happy. They have provided us very good space, and we have interacted so many new startups and the experienced persons. So we can connect with all these the startups here, and we are very happy to participate in this. Yeah, very good experience for us.
Hi, my name is Raghu Venkatesh. I'm co-founder of Answer Robotics, and my designation is Head of Business. We are based out of Bangalore. We are a 26-month-old startup. We started our company in middle of pandemic to help warehouses move faster, and we build autonomous mobile robots which can carry weight from 250 kgs to all the way to 1.25 tons. And the cool thing about our company is that it is completely indigenously made. It is a modular technology where any repair happens to a robot, you don't need an on-site operator to repair it. It can be automatically, you can have anybody just plug and play. And also a robot comes with features of autonomous navigation, where we have like LiDAR sensor and RGB camera and 3D cameras. Using the sensors, we do something called data fusing to understand the position of the robot. So once we know where the position of the robot is, all you have to do is that tell a task of the robot, like go pick this up or drop something. The robot will automatically plan a route, and just like your Uber cars, it'll take your item from a point A to point B. So this is the problem we solve in warehouses or a factory floor, called as last mile delivery. So you can look at a robot, one of the robot which is over here. So we have like 3 models. So our lowest model is a 250 kg payload, and the last model is a 1250, which can carry up to 1250 kgs. And we started this company with a vision of saying that, like, we Indians innovate around the world, but India is not innovating. So we decided that we want to challenge ourselves, build a cutting edge product, and put India in the map of global map. So we build products which is made in India for the world. These kind of technology till today is only affordable by very large companies like Amazon or like multi-billion-dollar companies. We want to enable small, medium enterprise companies which are based in India to get access to this cutting-edge technology. So since our inception, we built 2 prototypes. Today we are in production and we have finished market validation stage, and we went to market in March. In the last 6 months, we have generated revenue of 1.8 crores, and now we have a pipeline of more than 5 crores potentially to close. And now we are at a growth stage, and our next plan is to set up a plant and start manufacturing robots and start helping Indian manufacturing and warehouses companies to ship or build their products faster. Our current customers is ARAPL. It's a company based in Pune where they do warehouse management. So we have built robots for them to help move material faster and more reliably. And our second type of customer is manufacturing customers, where they descriptive manufacturing customers. So the problem challenging they have over there is that when they have multiple production lines, the raw material has to reach at the right time at the right place. Even one raw material reaches on the wrong time, the whole production line is paused because the right material did not reach. So, but using robots, you can always ensure the right material reaches at the right time, and also you will not have a downtime. So this is what makes us, these are the 2 use cases where our customers are using. In this exhibition, it's been very insightful. Our primary industry is manufacturing and warehouses, but this is a pharmaceutical exhibition. Over here, we have come to explore potential of how we can use robots inside pharmaceutical. One of the things we learned is that when people do clinical trials or work inside lab, they have a lot of repetitive workflows. So using our robots, they can automate those workflows. And second use case we found out was that when you have toxic material which has to be disposed, you can use robots to safely dispose from your working place to a disposable area. So it's been a very wonderful and meeting a lot of interesting people, and also we have learned a new industry. So thank you very much IKP for hosting us for this event.
I'm Rohit Asal, co-founder at Cambrian Bioworks. We primarily build reagents, kits, and workflow solutions for molecular diagnostics and genomic sequencing and genomics research. So the kind of products that we manufacture at Cambrian primarily enable researchers and clinicians in performing molecular diagnostics and genomics research activities. For example, if we take a case like cancer testing or cancer genomic testing, a lot of subcomponents in the workflow make the actual test possible. Something like an early breast cancer test or a lung cancer test do not really happen just in one workflow. You need to be able to take the sample in a way that it stabilizes the DNA well. You need to be able to carry the sample from the sample collection situation to the lab effectively, and sometimes at room temperature. And then you should be able to extract the DNA really well using a good extraction protocol. And then further on, you'll have to build the sample and build the library in such a way that the sequencing happens in a certain expected manner. Now, all these sub components or sub pieces of the workflow will require different products at every stage. Now, Cambrian manufactures majority of these products in India in an effective price that is affordable, and a price that helps these companies scale up and really offer these tests at a much more wider method. Most of our consumers are B2B enterprises, meaning most of our products go into customers who are already into testing. Some popular names I could quote would be someone like a Metropolis, or someone who is very, very good in cancer testing. So any lab that performs testing using molecular diagnostics as a method will require products that we manufacture. So we are at revenue stage. We are 2 years old company. We've done decent revenues in the first and second year. Both years we are EBITDA positive. We are completely bootstrapped. We are not funded so far. We are now looking to raise funds to scale up our operations beyond India. So IKP has been a great partner for us in terms of using government funds, raising government funds, and connecting to the scientific community in India. IKP event today has seen a lot of people coming from CCMB, AIC, IITs, and a lot of academic background. So it was great to meet a lot of industry and academic professionals under one roof and talk about biotech as a primary conversation.
Hello, so I am Dr. Preeti Nigam Joshi. I am founder of Fast Sense Innovation. My company is involved with medical diagnostics. We are basically developing point of care detection assays for complex diseases like cancer, neonatal sepsis. We are currently at validation stage, and we are applying for the validation and different approvals from the CDSCO. Our next step is starting the trials, real samples and field trials, so that we can go for the test license and manufacturing license and get the product commercialized and manufacturing ready for the market ready product. We are targeting B2B, means our consumers are going to be doctors, healthcare professionals, PSCs, hospitals in rural and urban sector both. So we are targeting a range between 500 to 600 rupees per test, and we are bringing medical, you can say, the laboratory based diagnostic into point of care manner. So of course we are reducing the price also, so that it could reach to the masses, so that you can say the lower bottom of the pyramid. That is our that population we are targeting. This exhibition we have already, you can say, been there from the different previous year also, because IKP is our BIG partner. So I am coming from this exhibition before even 2017 also. So this exhibition is a great experience for me, for a networking perspective, to get new connects, to get mentors also. So I am very much satisfied with the IKMC conferences all the time.
Hi, my name is Arun Kumar Ramaswamy. I am the director and co-founder of Smart Home Healthcare Solutions. We are building YourHab platform. It's an online physiotherapy and digital rehab platform where we want to take the physiotherapy from offline to online for certain conditions. Typically, when the patients do the physiotherapist exercises at home, they usually tend to forget the exercises, or they will not do the exercises correctly, so which elongates the recovery time. So what we are trying to do is we are building an AI platform where the patients, when they do the exercises at home in front of their own mobile camera, the camera will guide them, and it will also correct them if they are not doing the exercises correctly. So it ensures both correctness of the exercises as well as the completeness of the exercises, which helps in the recovery of the condition much better. And that's the platform that we are currently building. From a stage perspective, we are currently in the validation phase, where we have built the platform and we are testing it out with the trial initial set of patients. And once that's done, then we will roll it out to the general audience. So we have 3 types of consumers that we have planned out.
The first one will be the corporates, where primarily to address the ergonomic concerns of the employees, where we are going to offer this as on a subscription basis to the corporates. Second will be the clinics or the hospitals, where they can offer this for the post-surgery patients when the patients get discharged. This can be an additional offering that they can give it to the patients. And the third service will be directly to the patients, where the patients can directly opt for it. So there will be an initial consultation with the therapist, which will be live, where the therapist will see the patient, they'll do the assessment, and they'll assign the exercises. And after that, it's offline. After that, it's not live, where the patients will do the exercises in front of their mobile camera, and the mobile camera will guide them, and the mobile camera will give the live feedback in terms of whether they are doing the exercises correctly or not. It'll be a mobile app-based platform where the patients will switch on their mobile camera and they'll do the exercises in front of the camera. We have a sense of the current price that the patients pay for the treatments in the market. So we will offer it at a competitive or a slightly lesser price than what they are paying it today. We launched a startup 3 years back. We have one more platform before this. That's a clinical management platform, again for physiotherapy segment, due to which we have partnered with multiple clinics, and we have a good network of physiotherapists who are already partnering with us. And this is our second platform that we are building based on our network and based on the inputs from those existing customers. This event is a very nicely organized event, I would say. And it really helps in bringing the startups together and in showing the ecosystem, the strength of the ecosystem to the startups, the different types of help available, and basically it's a well organized and nice thought out event, I would say. Thank you so much.
Avishkaran, the Bionest of Naiper. Hyderabad was inaugurated on the 16th Foundation Day of Naiper. On the sidelines of the event, My Startup TV spoke to founders of startups incubated at Avishkaran Bionest.
Hello everyone, I am Akanksha K from Naiper, Hyderabad, student of MS Pharm, Medicinal Chemistry, first year. I want to put one quote first. आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है, right? So this quote really bringing innovations forward. We all are aware that cleaning and dusting cleans the object, right? But cleaning means that dust will harm us. So on the solution of this question, we have made a diamond broom. The name itself suggests diamond broom. Diamond means inverted umbrella. It will we can fix it on the rod, so that while cleaning or dusting, we can collect the dust before it reaches us to harm. Our product is sustainable, customizable and multi-purpose, so that we can use any extensions for it, right? Like mopping, then wipers we can attach, and everything, the rod and every toolings available, these all are sustainable, so environment friendly. We are using the rod of steel, then extension that is diamond shaped inverted umbrella of cloth, so that it can be clean easily. And then the broom from broom comb, which is naturally available, so the whole product is sustainable and environment friendly. We are also try to cover the paint brushes making industry. We all know while painting, the drops of paints, everything will fall on ground, and it is very tough job to clean it. So it's better to just collect it on the umbrella, so that we cannot go through all that problems. So now only no need to buy multiple tools for cleaning. Only take one set, use it for every purposes in effective prices, and we will be covering whole broomstick market, and probably the paint brushes making industries also. Thank you so much.
Welcome viewers, welcome to My Startup TV, Founder Talk Show. We are at the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at IIITH. We are here to talk to two founders who are incubated at the IIITH. Their startup is into it's called Deep Facts, and it is into medtech. The founders are Vamshi Karatam and Janardhan Sulkara. Welcome gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So let's start by understanding what is medtech all about, or a Deep Fact all about.
So Deep Facts is all about, see, most of the time cardiovascular patients or the cardiovascular events happen due to untimely intervention of the medical support. Yeah. So Deep Facts take care of multivital parameter device. It provides to the subjects, and so that if there is any event, immediately our command center will alert the attendant or the doctor, and as well as to the subjects, to take in timely intervention to save the subject from the medical any kind of uneven events.
So how do you monitor? How do you monitor your subjects that they are going through anomaly when it comes to health stats?
We have developed a multi-vital parameter monitoring device that will capture more than 16 vital parameters. For phase 1, we are giving 5 vital parameters, which is told by WHO. That is ECG, BP, temperature, heart rate, and SpO2. The another USP is it will give abnormality alerts whenever it is required. While in one line, we are giving this platform for affordable and accessible care for everyone.
So do you have to wear this device?
Yes, we have to wear this on chest.
Vamshi,
yeah.
Today the way the iPhone or the phones, smartphones are kind of morphing. They are as good as becoming in some ways a device that checks parameters, health parameters, or keeps a track of it. Right from how many kilometers you've walked in a day to SpO2, ECG, you can do it. So with that kind of thing, when you see smartphones kind of getting into that segment as well, the medtech state, where do you fit in?
See, coming to Apple iWatch or the Samsung Watch or anyone, that's towards a fitness wearable, comes into that sector. Ours is more towards a medical grade, and here our device controls the pressures. See, normally whenever we wear it on the wrist, the wearable, it's controlled by us. So I can lose my watch, or I can tighten my watch. So these sensors mostly work on the pressure. So how far the sensor is from the skin.
Yeah.
You can manipulate with the wearable watches.
So there's a chance of the accuracy can be changed. In our case, what we do is when we put it on the chest, the adhesives and everything is controlled by us. The design is as per at what pressure or at what we control that. So that's the main difference. One is that the accuracy will be increased because of this. Yeah, and we don't it's more towards a medical grade, not towards the fitness grade.
I understand. Last night actually there was a medical emergency, and then I was going through it, and both of these devices were in play, where the iWatch and the SpO2 monitor, and you could see the difference, because the watch requires you to keep your hand stable at a particular place, and as you said, where does it connect and all that. my question I was coming to was the way the smartphones or the smart devices coming up. It's only a matter of time where they would catch up with something what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Because you can see what happened with iPhones when they started. They never had any of these components, but now today there's iWatch which does that, phone does it, and you were saying it is for the medical purpose, right? Medical grade.
Yeah.
So is it right to assume that your device would be used by somebody who has a problem vis-a-vis somebody who's fit? Because why would I wear it on my chest if I have no problem? I mean, I'm just kind of.
That's true. You're right. I agree with you. See, it is mostly used for the elderly care or the one who is having a cardiovascular history or is a family history of cardiovascular. They can use it more of the time than the normal fit people. See, it's like, see, in India, more of the things happen. I mean, this is like the people are not proactive in the Indian scenarios. Then whenever there is an event, then only they get active, and then they think about having this kind of a devices or looking for this kind of a devices. But here, the elderly care and the cardiovascular patients is the right sector what we are targeting at this time, and not for only for the fitness or the people.
And one more thing is, we can use it as a household device like BP apparatus and non-invasive glucose monitors. We are giving 5 key vital parameters. Anyone can use this for the general checkup. Kind of, if there is an abnormality, then you can go to your physician. You can use it as a general household device also.
That definitely that makes a lot of application kind of complete changes and makes it more. I think if not hard, definitely there are, probably a family has one person who is suffering from diabetes.
Yes, there is a wide use cases. We are focusing on.
Yeah, that's true.
So currently you have a prototype in place, and are there subjects who are using this? And if yes, what kind of impact or what kind of results have you found?
See, our stage is not at the prototype, but we moved from the prototype to MVP, and we are going for a beta trials at this time with another around 100 devices. We are going to launch a beta version to the elderly care and to the cardiovascular patients. And coming to this, the accuracy of the device, we are standing from 90 to 95%. Comparing with the standalone the ECG devices and the BP apparatus, whatever available in the market.
And sorry to interrupt you. One proud thing is completely make in India device, chip and enclosure, everything.
That's remarkable. We want to hear more of those.
That's true.
Make in India, and for India, for the world. Make in India, but for the
world.
For the world. As a startup. Okay, out of you, anyone who's a medical practitioner, any doctor? No. So how did you come up with this whole thought?
We both are mechanical engineers.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Mechanical engineers venturing into something to do with engineers, right? They don't do engineering. I mean, they do engineering and they get into something else altogether, right? And I think there is definitely an affinity between engineers and medical profession.
Yes, agree. Yeah. See, most of these devices or most of this medical equipment available in the market are done by engineers with the support of the doctors, researchers. Yes. That's how we have developed this device. We have around 14 doctors on board as an advisor.
We are just executors. The domain experts all are doctors. Without them, we can't do anything.
No, I understand, because they bring subject matter expertise. Yes. You bring the technical know-how. So, one is to say that there is an anomaly and that gets triggered. It goes to a command center, and then somebody has a problem. What next after that? Do you have a solution after that?
Yes.
Because that is where the criticality comes in, right?
Exactly. See, what we do is we identify the problem, we provide the solution. So in the command center, based on the data availability from the subject, if there is, in the command center, we are going to maintain some medical practitioners, like maybe the MBBS or ambulatory care, the basic ones who can identify and say this is a problem. So if required, we provide the ambulance service to reach their home and get them directly to the hospital.
It's a problem. It's a problem finder and solution provider.
And the goal is to find if there is an anomaly and then get them to the nearest hospital where they can be treated.
If you are identifying the problem, after that we need some action from our end.
True. So, are you raising fund, and if yes, what kind of funds you're looking for and what that would be used for?
See, So till now, what we have done was we bootstrap from everything,
friends and family,
and we raised a little bit from friends and family, and few doctors invested into this into the company, and we are looking for nearly 2 million USD to scale it up in a bigger way. And before that, we want to raise it in trenches, not immediately. We don't need a 2 million, but to make sure we get the traction and scalability, we need around 1 million altogether.
Okay, tell us about your team and who. I mean, you obviously two of your founders.
Yeah.
Who else is there in your team?
So we have a strategic director in our company. His name is Shesha M. Rao. He has done he has more than 25 plus years of experience, and he is from the IT background, and he worked with Wipro, and he has done a CEO for Inside View company. He's Shesha M. Rao, and he's now he's a member of ICIA, Hyderabad Software Association, and he closely worked with us on the strategies and how to take it to the next level. He works with us, and we have good advisors from electronics. There's one Satyanarayana Garu, and he's from Osmania, and there's one by name Srinivas Murthy Garu, is from Chennai, and he's more into advisory on the electronic part of it, and we have Dr. Suresh, ABS Suresh from Continental, who gives inputs on what level we need to take the device, and on the reporting side also we get more of inputs from Dr. Suresh, and it's almost like we have 15 plus team as advisors, consultants, and some are on board.
And we have good embedded team in house, Manoj, Dilip, and Shivram, Naimisha. We have good embedded team and software team in house.
So, to your best of knowledge, is there any other device that is or parallel product that is doing the same thing, and how do you compare to that?
So
be it India, be it abroad.
Yeah, there are some few devices, but they are particularly to one parameter or two parameters, not completely into 5 or whatever the next level 16 parameters what we are thinking. It's not into that. It's only into one parameter like ECG. We have Monitra, and we have one more called Vico Care. They are into the ECG monitoring called Holter monitoring, and we have BPL also is more into just particularly concentrating on one parameter, and we are more concentrating on multi-parameter to make sure it goes into the household model.
So anything when it comes to anything wearable, right? Like you're talking about even the watch, if it is not comfortable, we will loosen it, right?
Correct.
So a device that has to be worn, people have to be really comfortable with it. What kind of attention have you paid to the the design parameters of it, the ergonomics of it, comfort part of it? You can talk about a little bit of the design and how what thought has gone into making it friendlier for somebody who's going to wear it all the time.
We have tested this MVP one with 30 females and 30 males. After that, we've done a design review. We completely concluded into small type of patch on the chest. It will completely wearable and comfortable for both men and women.
So it's going to be a patch.
Patch kind of.
It's like a heart shape, which need to be placed here, and back we have an adhesives where just need to be fixed. Obviously, coming onto the body, if any third part, I mean like kind of watch or anything, there will be a small discomfort.
Yes.
Yeah, on the day ones, but slowly it can be used to it.
Yeah.
See, our model is not to wear continuously. If required, they can use continuously. If not, they can use it on an episodic basis.
So basically what you're saying is one can wear the patch, remove it as and when they require.
That's true.
Right? And somebody wants to wear it continuously. How does that, what happens when they take a shower? even today with people traveling, security checks at the airport, has a thought gone to that as well?
Yeah, obviously. So ours is, at this time we are going with IP65 grade, where they can take, it's a water resistant, they can take shower and things, but in the next level what we have planned was IP67, where it can be fully waterproofed device. And
present is it rain proof, not a swimming pool proof.
Yeah. Not as deep into, they can't go deep into the water. That's up to that we can take.
And then once you get into IP67,
yeah,
that should be able to do that, right?
Yes, that's right. And security checks, the airport level, it can be handled. I mean, it's,
we have
doesn't make any.
We are making all certification from Central Drug Control and ISO 13485, IEC 60601.
The safety tests and everything is getting done on this. Then only it goes to the market, not immediately, but yeah, after the completion of safety, we take care of all the safeties like emissions and everything will be taken care. Then it will be moved towards the market.
So you are incubated with CIE, ITH. How has been your experience? How has the journey with them helped you in your own entrepreneurial journey when you're building the product and the business itself?
First of all, thanks to Ramesh sir.
Ramesh and Prakash sir, we need to thank them a lot, because they support us a lot on providing inputs towards the pitch or how to present to the investors and everywhere. Whenever we need, we just knock their door, they're going to give us time. And
anything specific you can share as to how the association helped you in your design itself or product itself, or conversation with investors, if you can be specific?
So most of the design part was done at IIIT Makers Lab, where it was headed by Dr. Prakash, and they supported a lot, and we used the same designers who have Deepak and everyone to get this design done. We sat with them, it's almost spent a lot of time and energies from them, and we got it design done here itself. And coming to Ramesh sir, he supported a lot on the other part of how to take it up. Every time when we face him, he asks, Vamsi, when you are going to give us the use case? So use case, Vamsi, he used to ask us a lot on that, and still we are, because there are multiple use cases for this device. Coming up with the use case to Ramesh sir is very tough. Yeah, we're still in that process to go. Yeah, and we received Nidhi Prayas fund from IIIT to support our other device. We are working, it's an R&D goes on, we don't leave the R&D part. So we are coming up with one more device for more towards the cardiovascular patients. So for that we got funding from, we got a grant from Nidhi Prayas grant from IIIT.
Actually, this is right place for startups. Previously we are working in 3-bedroom flat. After that we got a lot of changes compared to working in flat and working from CIE IIIT. We have Makers Lab here, and suppose we have to do such kind of devices in the design point of view, it will take more than 6 months to 1 year.
Plus investment.
And the travel efforts, more things there. In Makers Lab we are dealing with this Deepak and team. It's very comfortable and very output oriented community.
Sorry. Finally, MyStar TV is a channel for entrepreneurs like you, and we cover your stories.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about us, what we do?
That's very nice. So you're going to reach us to take us to that audience, and that it may going to help us in all the ways. Yeah, not in one way. If some investor sees, they can approach us if they're interested, and if someone wants to try our device, it's going to reach them, and it's going to help us in a lot in the startups.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm going to see your my startup in T-Hub, and that's really nice. Whatever you are doing is really a great job.
Jayesh Ranjan sir also there in particular event in T-Hub. What is that event with KTR?
Oh, okay, I'm not sure.
T-Hub 2.1.
Yeah.
We had about first time in my startup TV. We said, wow, this is TV for startups.
Yes.
That's true.
It's fantastic actually.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being on our show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Avishkaran, the Bionest of Naipur. Hyderabad was inaugurated on the 16th Foundation Day of Naipur. On the sidelines of the event, My Startup TV spoke to founders of startups incubated at Avishkaran Bionest.
There is no drug utilization review, which is most important thing, which is lacking in the present healthcare system. That's in the pharmacy based, and we at the doctor's pharmacy we look at the drug utilization review. That is mostly important for the patient betterment, such as drug interactions between drug-drug interaction, drug-disease interaction, and drug patient. That's with drug-food interaction, which is lacking. And that should be, we should be concentrating more on that. And we being a pharmacist, that is the most important thing what we're doing with the patients. And we're doing in the form of the counseling and providing them data and checking on the patients about the compliance, whether how they're doing, and also reminding them of the refills to start a digital health. And that's for the comprehensive healthcare. Vision is transform the digital care. That is comprehensive to provide the delivering the care. That's a comprehensive way to the building the healthy communities. So that is my main vision. We at Doctor's Pharmacy, we look at that, we look into the patient's profile, we give them the information, we talk to them, we counsel them, we are for them. Basically, our concept is not just dispensing the medicines. We are dispensing the care. They need not go to the hospital. They can get the right care at the pharmacy itself, because that is a place where the pharmacists are the point of care for the patients. And this is we are doing it at the Doctor's Pharmacy right now. I've started a retail store a year and a half back, and we've been doing all these services in all the communities. And right now we are concentrating more on more communities to build the healthy communities, I can say. And this is through our e-commerce. And whereas in the pharma sector right now, especially in the retail sector, where I'm running a retail store as well as an online pharmacy, we have right now a couple of physical stores and also online. And at this moment, and I'm running the retail store for the last 1.5 years and starting my mobile app in another 3 to 4 weeks. And which they're only concentrating on dispensing the medicines. But my concept and my vision is to dispense the care to all the communities. And whereas I'm coming up with building healthy communities, and this is in the rural as well as urban areas, for the comprehensive healthcare system, for the betterment and for overall healthcare of my patients. First of all, I would like to congratulate Avishkaran for the first cohort for the startups, and it's a wonderful journey for me as well. And this is my team, the entire team of Doctor's Pharmacy.
Dr. Manish Diwan, BBT Bairak, addresses the Avishkaran inaugural event. Listen in.
Very good afternoon to everybody, and congratulations on the 16th Foundation Day. I'm really blessed to be part of this momentous occasion with all of you. Director ma'am, Madam Secretary, and faculty, entrepreneurs. I can see some faces, old good friends who are supporting the ecosystem, investors, the Bionest incubator across the city and different dimensions. Some of the startups we could interact, spend a little bit of time, and a lot of young minds sitting at the back, the young students who are pursuing UG, PG, doctoral or postdoctoral studies. I think pharmacy institution like this, who has actually, let me put one more thing here, I would say, not many IDPL facilities would have got blessed with such an establishment. It is a great tribute to that endeavor which was set in several years ago, where now a permanent facility of educational center and a center of excellence in pharmacy, which is now prospering. So IDPL soul would be kind of blessing this endeavor because of all of you. Pharmacy is very interdisciplinary and inherently translational. So unlike many other science streams where you actually have to kind of encourage people to start looking what could be the outcome of the basic sciences outside the laboratories, how you can translate the knowledge that is generated in those research institutions and can help societal unmet needs. But pharmacy is inherently driven and sitting at the translational space, and it has a wide variety, a great expanse of different domains within the pharmacy, from pharmacology to pharmacognosy, delivering the drugs with pharmacokinetics, chemistry intertwining with with all streams, chemical synthesis to NMEs. And even after the delivery, the pharmacovigilance, it's a fairly wide spectrum. And all of you who are getting training under specific domains, right from discovery, understanding the anatomy sciences, to actually in the marketing domains, actually considering how to get integrated with the markets once the product is panned out from all the efforts. So, and pharmacy is one sector where it can actually contribute to many unmet needs and the emerging global challenges. We were just talking about and all of us would have experienced the last 2 years of pandemic. The health sector and the health got immense focus from non-science people, from policymakers, economists, the world at large. All the economies of both developing nations as well as developed countries, the infrastructure was all challenged just because of one pandemic. And I think we are sitting right in the center of the entire activity from this NIPER pharmaceutical institute, to be able to relate to those gaps and be able to contribute in that segment. We would have all heard about unicorns, and unicorn, anybody like any time when your valuation increases and breaches that 1 billion benchmark, you are entitled to be called as unicorn. That is all reflecting of the new innovation, new businesses getting set up. Biotech sector, including pharma, biopharma, we do not have much presence of in the unicorn space. There are only 4 unicorns which are from the pharma space, all in the kind of delivery space, but not in the core deep tech area. But these numbers are increasing as we all relate to. India is the third largest country of startups. So that means a lot of innovation happening. More than 65,000 startups are registered in India. We have 44 unicorns panned out last year and graduated to the unicorn status. As year has passed, so we have now reached to 107 unicorns from India. So this number is increasing, and I think this puts a focus and a scope and a potential for a place like this, Avishkaran, as an incubation center to nurture such new startups who can possibly potentially go and reach to that landmark. India's pharma sector, I was doing just about very small amount of groundwork, but I could see that most of our pharma companies currently, their valuations are just about $4 to $5 billion. The topmost country's pharma company has a valuation of about $20 billion, which is less than 1/4 revenue of one of the major immense innovator pharma companies outside India, global pharma. So I think the very reason we don't have much higher valuation within our pharma belt is that the innovation component, we have kind of let it slip. We are not investing enough in the R&D, in the discovery and innovations, in the first-in-class discoveries. We are more into me too, best-in-class, and follow-through. I think time has come where the intensity of competition has bridged the gap of geographical boundaries. The solutions which get nurtured or developed anywhere in the across the globe, they get adopted and they get implemented, whether it is India's company or outside India's company. So this is a stage where innovations done here in the country would have a platform to compete and contribute not only for India but for the world. So Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has been the national drive, Honorable Prime Minister ji has been pursuing, I think the Startup India, Make in India, all these national missions are platforms which have been seeded to help progress India and build that innovation quotient. And everybody is banking upon this young talent, young mind and young pool which is graduating. Honorable Secretary Ma'am shared in one insight that they are already thinking in how to spur more innovative ideas to fund and support beyond the educational curriculum. So I think there is a thinking in that direction. BIREX existing enabling facilities both for funding, incubation and mentorship and the vast expanse of network that is also available to each and every single individual startup as well as industry. The current, the Avishkaran, which which was kindly inaugurated today by ma'am, that provides a nurturing ground for such innovative ideas where each one of you can actually utilize that opportunity, be it as a full-time dedicated entrepreneur or as a temporary or transient scouting of the activities which are happening, because that would become a center of place of network where people from across different dimensions would like to come and congregate. And beyond our I am also from a pharmacy background, so I know it's morning till late evening classes, one after another, practicals. So we hardly get enough time to look outside our classrooms or outside our peer group. But I think within the campus, when you got that opportunity, kindly utilize that. The network of incubation center within the vicinity, within Hyderabad itself or around, we have 7 BioNest incubators. And in the state, we have, in the Hyderabad itself, it is close to 45 incubators as of now. So it offers an immense potential. The industry network, people would come and just at the end of this month itself, it will have a lot of footfall, a lot of people coming from across India as well as outside India. Maybe interact with them, bring them over here. To BAM, I have one request that that within the pharmacy curriculum, we do master's dissertations, PhD dissertations, so to the faculty as well. So kindly encourage your students to pick up topics, if possible, that can lead to startup creation at the end. So may not be immediate, but at least that has a potential to create that. We all have within our curriculum requirement of industry visits. So visit industries, but also visit the startups. In the free time or in the breaks, if you want to spend some weeks or some time as an intern, explore startup ecosystem, try and work with them. I think the kind of knowledge and opportunity that you would get, or the perspective that you will get exposed to, that's unmatched. It's beyond a one centric, which is, and if you don't like one startup, hop over next vacation, you can always try the next one. I think the large large network pool which is forthcoming to you and would become conveniently available, kindly make kindly make use of that. The one thing I wanted to also emphasize from this is that within the pharmacy syllabus of the young UG students, we don't have enough agility to absorb the movement in the scientific development, like genomics, molecular biology, AIML. You have started the medtech devices component. So expand wherever you find that those are the elements which would actually be the future to drive the healthcare delivery system. Kindly adopt them, and if not as a formal subject or a paper, but kindly get exposed to the students as well as to the faculty. I'm very optimistic and looking forward to the outcome of the BioNest incubator here, and we'll be happy to support that. My colleague here, Dr. Chaya, has worked very closely with the entire team, Director Ma'am, Dr. Nanduri ji, and all of you will be happy to support. And the BIREC enablement, excuse me, enablement and opportunities would also become more forthcoming. At least you will get exposed to it more quicker than ever before. So good luck to everybody. Thank you very much.
Director of the NEPA, Dr. Shashi Bala Singh, bounded up the yearly programs update at NEPA. Listen in.
Namaskar and good afternoon. All the dignitaries present on the dais, off the dais. At the outset, I want to extend a very warm welcome to Ms. Aparna Ma'am, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceutical, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, for accepting our invitation at a very, very short notice. And ma'am, we get inspired by your presence in this auditorium, especially the faculty and the students and the staff. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us today for very important inauguration of Avishkaram and the foundation day of NIPER Hyderabad. Very warm welcome to Manish Diwanji. Thank you, Head BIREC, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. I think we have been working with him for a long time, and it was through his mentorship and through his guidance we were able to establish this incubator center, which is Avishkaram. Thank you, and we would like that you continue your support with us, and we would like to expand it. You know, today I realize the space is very less. We need to have much more space for more incubators to be part of this Avishkaram. I think we'll be working on it. Let us see how can we expand our space. A very warm welcome to Dr. Chaya, who is a Senior Manager in DBT. All we have been having very, very senior people in the auditorium, DG Pharmaxil, Dr. Uday Bhaskar sir. Then we have Dr. Anand, who is CEO of Govind Holdings, Singapore, and many other dignitaries which I see from IKP, from Osman, also from the Hyderabad University Incubator Center, all my faculty members, my dear student staff. A very good afternoon. I think it's a momentous occasion for all of us. We are celebrating 16th Foundation Day of NIPER Hyderabad. NIPER Hyderabad is 15 years young. And I want to congratulate my faculty members, staff and students. I think whatever we are here today, it is because of all of you. I'm just an ambassador or maybe an interface between you and DOP. So my salutation to each one of you. It is because of you I stand here before you. You know, NIPER Hyderabad has been given a very specific mandate, which has been reiterated even today by Secretary Ma'am, during our discussion with all the faculty members. We not only have to excel in education in terms of educating young minds for pharma industry ready, but also research. And we will be sort of taking her guidance, and also we'll be seeing that how do we excel in research. You know, my dream for NIPER Hyderabad is not only to put NIPER Hyderabad on national map, I want NIPER Hyderabad to be on international map. With the support of all the stakeholders, especially DOP, our BOG member, chairperson ma'am, and the audience, you will be happy to know that we have come second in institutional institute ranking framework, which is by Ministry of Education. We are in pharmacy category, NIPER Hyderabad stands second, and humbly I would also like to submit for the people who are not part of NIPER Hyderabad. You know, the first one who is Jamia Hamza, it is because they have a UG course also. Otherwise, in all probability, I think we should be number one, and we are lacking behind by out of 100.04 marks. So last year has been a very good year, very happening year for all of us in NIPER Hyderabad. We in the last almost more than a year, we were able to start 4 more disciplines. So now we offer PhD and PhD program in 12 disciplines. The newly added discipline are medical device, then natural product, pharmacoinformatics, and regulatory affairs. We have been also with the guidance and support of Department of Pharmaceuticals, especially Secretary Ma'am and Honorable Minister, we have been able to complete recruitment in 2 phases. Now we have regular faculty, which the first batch joined in January 2020. So before that, it was being mentored by CSIR Institute IICT. I'm the first regular director which joined in June 2018. So with the regular faculty, which is our faculty, I can tell you, it is a globally competitive faculty, very competitive. We have been able to take them from all discipline. They have a lot of experience, not only with the Education Institute, but also most of them have done postdoctorate from outside India, and many of them were part of the industry before joining NIPER Hyderabad. Infrastructure, I think I would request all of you who are here today, you may visit NIPER Hyderabad and see the infrastructure which we have. We have very high-end equipments which have been procured in last 2 years, most of them. Then we have, with this NIPER Hyderabad, we also have an NABL accredited lab. So anyone who is interested in some of the services, we offer these services. We are offering to a lot of MSMEs, and I would request anyone else who is interested may contact NIPER Hyderabad. It is there also on the website, all the services which we offer in terms of analytical things. Then we have, in the last year, we are also developed BSL-2 facility, because we are also, one of our colleagues is working on AMR. Medical device is again a new addition to NIPER Hyderabad. This again, we started this course is in January rather 2021, not in December 2020. So this is another lab which has been established, and with the support and guidance of ma'am, we are going to have the medical testing facility also in NIPER Hyderabad. We have been able to upgrade, renovate most of the labs, because we are in IDPL campus. This building is more than 70 years old, so a lot of money has been put in for renovation of these labs, and again, my thank you and support which is coming from DOP. We have smart classrooms now. We have all the lecture theaters are equipped with smart monitors. Of course, Pharma Incubator Center, you have seen with, today, you have witnessed all the incubators, their interaction with ma'am and others. So this is another thing which we have been able to accomplish in last 1 year. I really want to thank Dr. Diwan and ma'am to be here with us for a very important, to my mind, it's one of the important, because these are outreach programs which really helps in to build up societal mission and help society at large. Then I also want to tell that we will be building a regular campus here. Again, all support in terms of finance support and all the regulations, all the all the procedures are complete, and slowly we will have a new campus. Here only we have been given 50 acres of land where we are sitting now. I also want to thank Dr. Anand. I want to take this opportunity to thank him for investing in 2 of our products. Thank you. I would like you to see this growing much more, because you can really support us in many other adventures. So our faculty, as I said, is mainly engaged in teaching and research. So, the dream of my faculty is to have 4 Ps: publication, patent, product, and process. But then the directions which we get from headquarters is product and processes. So this we will be working, ma'am, I assure you, from on my side and from faculty side. In years to come, we will make sure that 60% of our research is directed towards translation research. Of course, we are also engaged in consultancy services. We have a lot of industry-sponsored projects and a lot of extramural grant. Again, I want to thank all the industry partners, all the funding agencies like DBT, DST, ICMR, and DRDO, and many others. We also have a lot of skill development programs which we are running. Some of them are with Telangana government and DBT sponsored together, which are there continuously for almost 3 years. They have been sanctioned. So every year we run 3 to 4 programs which are even still ongoing. Then, being a research and teaching institute, we organize a lot of seminars, workshops, soft skill development for our students, and also the leadership series. This is a series where we invite some important person who has made a good mark in that area, and then he or she may not be from pharma, they can be from other specialization also, to enthuse our student and motivate them, and maybe they become their role models also. And we also get a lot of internship, people who want to come and do their internship here, not only from Hyderabad and around surrounding area, but also from other states. This time we got from Gujarat State Council, we got about 40 students who were pursuing pharma in different colleges to be part of NIPRA Hyderabad for their mentorship and learning some of these pharma techniques. I think I will not say much because time is limited. Ma'am has to leave. And placement is 100%, and this time the highest package which we got is 27 lakhs. I'm not saying it may not be the end, but we are incrementally progressing every year. So that gives me hope that next year it will be better. And of course, our student and faculty also get a lot of honors and awards for their hard work which they put in here. I will not name all those awards. And this year we have successfully completed joint entrance examination. This is entrance examination for all the 7 NIPers. And this responsibility was given to us by department. Then Swachhata Pakhwada, again, it's a very important, you can say, process of making Swachh Bharat, and we are also part of it. And this time, Department of Pharmaceutical has recognized our efforts and given us an award. But these are some of the things which I am highlighting. I am sure there are a lot more which I may not have said, and there's a lot more which needs to be done. I think we have miles and miles to go. I want to thank each one of you, especially my faculty, my dear students, my staff, who has been working tirelessly to make NIPRA Hyderabad a better place for learning. And with this, I want to thank ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much for being with us. It really makes us feel that we are being guided by people who can really take us forward. And thank you, Dr. Devan, and thanks everyone who is there with us. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Avishkaran, the bionest of Naipur. Hyderabad was inaugurated on the 16th Foundation Day of Naipur. On the sidelines of the event, My Startup TV spoke to founders of startups incubated at Avishkaran Bionest.
This EDA Pharma Private Limited has been started recently in February 2022. So this EDA Pharma generally planning to start this generic APIs and oncology APIs to start with these drugs. Drugs of API bulk drugs and oncology bulk drugs along with biosimilars. So right now we don't have any clients, but we are in the research and development mode. We are developing some drugs to reduce these costings and to go with the unique mode with along with the patents.
First of all, I would like to congratulate CoinSwitch Kuber for organizing this meetup here. It means a lot to us. Also is a very strong endorsement for the fact that Hyderabad also is a very serious player in this area of emerging technology. There is an ecosystem here. The ecosystem can be cultivated, nurtured. Much bigger things potentially can happen from here. So just the fact that CoinSwitch is hosting this event here gives us lots of confidence, boosts our enthusiasm to do more in this area. I'm sure since I have literally come at the last minute, but I'm very sure that my colleague Srinivas Rao Garu, when he spoke, or when Santosh spoke, or when someone else spoke, they might have told you already about our interest, what do we do. And I have attended a few meetup events in the past as well, in which I've explained what we have been doing. First of all, what is the genesis of our interest? Why is it that the government is showing so much of interest in this area? But maybe very briefly, because I know that there has been big delay in the commencement of this meetup today, so I don't want to give any lengthy speech, but very briefly I would like to share this with you, that when Telangana as a new state was created 8 years ago, we were very determined that we will embrace all the new areas of technologies, all the emerging technologies. We will structure good programs out of it. We'll of course do that with the intention that it will benefit the government processes. It will also benefit the citizens in multiple ways. And for the last 8 years, we have been extremely successful in this objective. If you name that area of technology, and you will find, if you compare all the 28 states of our country, Telangana literally at the top in, let us say, AI adoption, blockchain adoption of robotics, drones, data analytics. You name them, cybersecurity. We are really up there, and we do it in a very methodical way. We have created a separate wing in the government. Some of my colleagues of that wing are sitting here. That wing is called the Emerging Technologies Wing. We have taken extremely talented people to work in that wing. Madam is not here today. She is not here. So the person who leads that wing unfortunately is not here, but I'm sure you would be knowing of her. So that wing actually prepares policies, frameworks, compares what is happening in the world that can be emulated in Telangana, guides us, shows the direction, and then whatever we do, I spoke about half a dozen technologies in which we are dabbling. Whatever we do, we try to do it in a very participatory, very inclusive way. So the academia will be included in our efforts. The private industry will be included in our efforts. There are some very brilliant Government of India institutions in Hyderabad. We are very fortunate in that sense. They will be included in our efforts. It's a very participatory kind of thing. Startups will be very much a part of that mix. And typically we will bring the best talent from the outside world to spearhead the initiative. So there'll be a governing council or an advisory council, which will all be led by domain experts, and that is how we have been working on. So as some of you would be aware, this is 2022. I think in 2018 we started taking deep interest in blockchain. We were very fortunate in 2018 to host an international blockchain conference here. And when we understood the trends which are shaping the blockchain world, we decided that we will also become one of the early movers. So we created a a kind of an organizational structure which is called the blockchain district. We identified partners as I spoke. We started some programs, some incubation programs, acceleration programs, use cases in the government. Many of the use cases that we adopted have become national role models. We have won awards for it. In fact, I share this with lots of pride that the latest that we have done is perhaps very unique for the world itself. I don't know of more than a couple of countries where this kind of thing is practiced, which we were able to demonstrate successfully in Telangana, which is about remote voting. As you know, voting is a big issue in our country, and all kinds of things happened for voting. And we were able to very successfully demonstrate how sitting at home at a scale, I mean, this was not a demonstration with 10 voters or 20 voters. It happened in a municipal town called Khammam with 3,500 voters. And we were able to demonstrate how voting can be done. As you know, voting is a very contentious, elections is a very contentious process in our country. All kind of challenges are thrown at every point in time. But we were able to show with extreme levels of authenticity, dispelling all doubts and the typical mudslinging which happens in conventional elections, that everything can be handled using technology. And of course, blockchain played a very important role. So this is a little bit about the genesis of the work that we do in the government here. And of course, the specific interest in Web 3.0 came up just roughly about few months ago. Actually, we were in Davos, our Minister for IT, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, myself, some of our colleagues, where we met lots of technology leaders and lots of VC champions, and many of them told that India is missing out on this Web 3.0 opportunity. We met some founders of, Indian origin founders of Web 3.0 companies which are doing enormously well. But we learned that they are either in Singapore or in Dubai. They have kind of moved away from India. And then we try to understand what is it that is pushing them out of India. And we found that most importantly, the regulatory uncertainty, like as many of you would know, I don't have to tell you about the confusion, the state of particularly related to crypto is causing. But at the same time, that confusion is impacting multiple other layers of Web 3.0, which we do not want to miss out on. So we have decided to embrace Web 3.0. In fact, when did we sign with IBF? About a couple of months ago. Then with Santosh, with Web3 community. So lots of partnerships have been signed in the last couple of months. I'm delighted that CoinSwitch is kind of showing interest. If so much of attention is being focused towards Telangana, obviously at least the path that we are taking is the right one. So one other big player is joining hands on Saturday. But a bigger announcement is happening on 2nd of December. Some of you maybe already have been invited there. Some of you may be planning to go there. A very big event is happening in Bangalore called It India. And we are using that opportunity to announce the commencement of a regulatory sandbox on Web 3.0 here in Hyderabad. For the past 2-3 months, we have been working on it. We have prepared a concept note. We shared it with lots of users. You might have got the concept note. Many of the others would have got it. Lots of people have given their feedback, their suggestions. We have made some revisions in the draft. We are close to finalizing the final version, which will be announced on 2nd December. But more than that, the consultation process helped us in identifying lots of use cases. So almost a dozen use cases have been identified. The first cohort under our regulatory sandbox, we want to introduce in mid-January for about 6 months. Every year, we want to run 2 cohorts in which we'll give you that kind of regulatory comfort. Government will also bring other regulators in the picture. That is one task which is still a work in progress. As you know, SEBI, RBI, the insurance regulatory, the insurance regulator, IRDA. Similarly, as you know, there is a National Digital Health Mission. So they are also important regulators in certain areas, telecom regulator. So lots of other regulators who are also involved in different use cases. We are trying to bring them on board, support them. I was told that someone from NPCI is also participating today. So that itself is a very plus for us, because NPCI has been using Hyderabad as an important base for all their innovation, etc. So that augurs quite well for us. So this way, we do hope that one of its kind, the first of its kind initiative to create this regulatory sandbox will yield good results, not just for Telangana, but for the country as a whole. And this brain drain that we are seeing, we should be able to arrest. Similarly, the partnerships which T-Hub has forged over the last few months, etc., that also should give a big boost to all the local community members, founders. In fact, the last community meet that I had attended, it had lots of aspiring entrepreneurs who are kind of who have an inclination, but they were kind of testing the waters. So I'm sure many of them would have made up their minds to understand that Web 3.0 covers a range of activities, technologies, many of which are not controversial at all, and you can proceed. And internationally also, many of them have gained huge amounts of traction. So I welcome, as I said, the interest of CoinSwitch Kuber in setting up, in putting together this meetup block by block. Since Ashish is here, I would also request you that try to give some work or bring some work of yours to Hyderabad as well, while you have come in person, which is great for us. But if you can set up a small office here which looks at some of these Web 3.0 in T-Hub, of course, that will be the icing on the cake if you can put it here in T-Hub. But wherever you want to, we'll be very happy to have your footprint in Hyderabad. So good wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Gamification of social media is the new trend. Hyderabad-based gamified social media startup Denolin did a soft launch of its platform at the T-Hub. Speaking at the event, Jayesh Ranjan, Secretary of Information Technology, Government of Telangana, called on the founder to be ahead of the curve by watching the trends. Listen in.
Greetings to all the invitees, all the guests. I'm also very encouraged by the support which T-Hub colleagues have given to this startup and the kind of optimism they have about their product, their solution. I'm also very enthused to hear some of the other startups in T-Hub speaking very positively about the attitude, about the team spirit, etc. These things are very, very important, particularly at the beginning of the life cycle of any particular startup. So my congratulations to them on this point as well. If you look at social media, I think we are at a stage where some kind of course correction, some kind of transition is happening. Many years ago, when Facebook, which is now called Meta, when it started, it was believed that this will be the mother of all social media platforms. Nothing else is possible. I mean, whatever is possible is now completely conquered, completely achieved by Facebook. But we know that they are also going through tough times. In fact, I don't know whether you follow the trends or you follow the news. There is a huge decline in their subscribers base. They are losing revenues like anything. Mark Zuckerberg, who was at one point in time the second richest person in the world, has now come down, slipped down to the 20th. And there are all kinds of other things which are happening. Of course, he's betting very big on metaverse, that is, and that may happen. But other than Facebook also, if you really do a deep dive on what is exactly happening in the world of social media, why different forms of social medias are becoming much more popular. Of course, as we know, Facebook, which requires you to write long posts, etc., have that format has completely gone out of fashion. Things are more visual now. We know that Facebook has also come up with Reels, trying to regain some of that lost ground. But as we know, there are more popular ones like TikTok and Insta and all that. So there's a rapid transition going on. And I guess for Denolin to enter into this field at this time, in a way, is also very challenging, but can also open up huge possibilities for the future. And what one of the T-Hub colleagues was mentioning, that this is one social media platform where you will be rewarded for the time that you are going to spend, which in my opinion is a very fundamental kind of thing. See, one of the reasons for the decline, and I won't be surprised if the nature that we see Facebook as today, that will be completely changed. So I won't be surprised. And one of the reasons, again, as it was pointed out, I mean, unless you have too much of time in which you can afford to be completely unproductive, there's no more value that you get out of that. So the fact that you are planning a scheme, or the way you have structured your platform, is that the more you engage with it, you get benefits, you get incentives, but you are also going to utilize metaverse, you are going to utilize emerging technologies. All that perhaps will be the differentiator between the last generation kind of social media platforms and what you are going to do. When we look at the successes of these kind of products and solutions that come in the market. So for example, when Facebook has come in the market, when WhatsApp has come in the market, we feel that they are now valued. Facebook is one of the most valued companies in the world, including WhatsApp. It has enormous number of subscribers. We feel, and our minister keeps mentioning this, that what is the rocket science behind such products and solutions? There is no great piece of engineering, there is no great piece of kind of technology, but the idea, the strength of the idea, and the way you have been able to convert that idea into reality is something which has made Facebook where it is, WhatsApp where it is. And why is it that all these innovations, all these products are coming out only from the West, from the US largely? Why is it that people in India are not able to break that barrier? So I really see these kind of initiatives, these kind of attempts also as a step forward in giving that confidence to people in India as well, that we can also be equally creative, we can also be equally far-sighted, and we also have the talent to complete the engineering and technology composition, which today people appreciate about, let us say, Facebook or a WhatsApp, keeping the design principles very simple, very user-friendly, very adaptive, and so on and so forth. So today is the day when lots of transition is happening. I mean, it's a nice coincidence that while we are launching the Northland today, not very far from here, just about a kilometer from here at Hightex, Meta is having their developers day today. So huge gathering, close to 2,000-3,000 people have assembled there. So but the fact is that everyone is trying to reinvent. Everyone has understood the reality. Eventually, the bottom line, there's nothing bigger reality than what your bottom line is. And I'm sure people in T-Hub and your mentors, your guides, your board members, I'm sure they are the ones who will be able to guide you properly in understanding what kind of route to follow as you make your journey ahead. So congratulations once again, and best wishes for your warm and bright future as a truly make in India product, make in Hyderabad product. I feel very proud of all of your achievements. Thank you very much.
Avishkaran, the Bionest of Naipur. Hyderabad was inaugurated on the 16th Foundation Day of Naipur. On the sidelines of the event, My Startup TV spoke to founders of startups incubated at Avishkaran Bionest.
My name is Vamshi Krishna Manuri, founder and CEO of Medcard.in, which is B2B e-commerce platform we are building up. So let me start with my experience why I have started this startup. See, there is a lot of challenges I've seen in this field of healthcare domain. I have 18 years experience in this field. So I've started my career as a salesman in chemist stores, retail chemist stores, and then I worked with wholesale distributors, pharmaceutical distributors for 8 years. Then after I've started as a professional medical representative in a few companies like Sun Pharma, Modi Pharma, a lot of MNC companies I've worked with. Then I also worked with some medical devices companies like Healthium Medtech, which we are dealing with surgical sutures and all. So seeing the entire my journey of 18 years, I have seen the challenges and pain points of the doctors and pharmacists regarding procurement. Let I tell you what the challenges I've seen in the field, that procurement process and vendor management is very highly challenging part, especially in rural areas. Since I came from rural area called Nizamabad district in Telangana, so I've seen a lot of the problem while the procurement is going on. See, especially for the equipments and refurb equipments. refurb equipments is only available in metro cities like Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangalore and all. But when it comes to rural areas, once they want to procure this refurb equipment, there is a lot of problem to get right access, right? See, there is no any service part also, since the nursing homes and hospitals are not maintain their own biomedical team. In Hyderabad also, very few hospitals are maintaining their own biomedical team. The service part is also very a headache for the rural area hospitals. And one more challenge I've seen, especially in rural area hospitals, is that delivery part. See, not all products is available in district headquarters, right? Only available in cities like metro cities. But the delivery part, once they order into metro cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore and Mumbai, it will take 1 week to 3 months. That should depend on equipment, device or which the transportation facilities available to deliver that products to district headquarters. That's where that TAT is going on. So seeing all these challenges, I started MedCart. I've done a POC in Nizamabad district itself for the 2 years from 2020 to 2022. I've done a lot of business, around 1.13 CR for the last year turnover I've did with my POC concept. There I started this MedCart. It is a complete online platform which is especially catering to B2B hospitals for the procurement process, and I am giving a complete one-stop solution for the hospitals and pharmacies. They can choose or they can procure anything from my portal, services and products, medical equipments other than pharmaceutical regular brands. Since as a startup I need some margin, so I focus on only equipments and surgical consumables. That is one part. And one more advantage I am giving to my customers is that the loans. See, every hospital needs loans for the capital equipments. That is also a headache for them. So here I am giving a hassle-free loan process for the hospitals and pharmacies. They can choose loan also through my portal. I have done a first time in India drone delivery services in rural areas. I did 70 kilometers trial run from Nizamabad to Nirmal recently, which is inaugurated by MP Arvind Garu and which is tweeted by in Twitter KTR Garu. We have delivered surgical sutures from Nizamabad to Nirmal, Dr. G.K. Prashant Hospital, which is in Nirmal district, which is 70 kilometers far away from Nizamabad to Nirmal. See, by the road it will take 2 hours. If suppose we use regular transportation, it will take 24 hours, or else typical transportation it will take 2 to 3 days. But we have delivered within 45 minutes through drone. That's what we are giving. As a MedCart, we are promising 1 hour delivery for 200 kilometer road distance of each from our each hub. See, we have 2 hubs as of now. As of now, we have a drone that can be have a capability of 20 kgs. That can lift 20 kgs capacity. At a stage, it can travel 200 kilometers. At this stage, we are not costing anything to the customers for the drone deliveries. We are bearing that now. We are at 30 lakh plus revenues as of now till today. Yes, we are searching for some investors. They are interested to come, and we are incubated at SRIX Warangal. Even I got a grant from SRIX Warangal under TIDE. From Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, I got a grant of 7 lakhs, and recently I started incubated in Naipur, in the BioNest.
Avishkaran, the BioNest of Naipur. Hyderabad was inaugurated on the 16th Foundation Day of Naipur. On the sidelines of the event, My Startup TV spoke to founders of startups incubated at Avishkaran BioNest.
I'm Siddesh Shahakar. I'm student of Naipur, Hyderabad only. I'm from MBA department. My company name is Sanicare. Would you be interested in a product of personal hygiene if it causes skin irritation or problem? So I thought about this question, and for women's there is sanitary pads. In sanitary pads, it is having a lot of plastic in it and the harmful chemicals in it. Here comes the solution for our company. So we made a naturally compostable and biodegradable sanitary napkin, which is rash free and chemical free, and is also economical for women. Indian biodegradable sanitary market As per the value, it reached around 12 million US dollars in 2021, and it is going to reach around $70 million up in 2027 with an CAGR of 35%. Here comes our product Sanicare, which is eco-friendly and naturally biodegradable sanitary napkin for women, which it will reduce the burden of plastic waste, as well as it will helps for sustainable and environmental friendly product. Previously in my bachelor's degree, I've made the product and I've also got a patent. My patent is published of this product. So basically this product is made up of coconut fibers. In market there are other products which are available, but they are biodegradable products which are available, but they are made from banana fibers. So we are focusing on coconut fibers, which has an enhanced absorptivity, so it will help for more absorption.
It's very fortunate for me to attend the blockchain, the block-to-block event by CoinSwitch. We've been associated with each other for the past 2-3 years. We've been empowering their infrastructure as we speak. So just to speak a little small about Neocred, we are an infrastructure company. We built the rails for modern banking infrastructure in India. Today, all the Jupiters, the Neos, what you see, we are more of a similar solution in terms of tomorrow you want to launch your own neo-banking, you want to launch your credit card stack. We help in empowering the same by connecting you to bank, by providing you the relevant technology stack and taking it forward from there. So I think thank you so much my startup TV to have me and also grace me with your presence, and happy to collaborate. Thank you.
I think the basic explanation that is given always, which probably is understood well, but I'll just repeat that, is that when internet was formed, it was that corporations will submit data which users can read. So it was a read-only format. Then Web 2 came along, where social medias gave us an opportunity to be part of the conversation, create as well, right? So instead of just reading, we were writing these things, but we are not owning. So when you say post your photo on Facebook, now Facebook owns your photo.
You all know that, right?
Right. So they can learn as much things about you, run ads, do whatever they want with the data. And what Web3 is trying to form is read, write, and own. Give the ownership back to the user. Be the participant. Be a community member in making that decision happen.
I'll just expand on what he mentioned. So what this read, write, and own enables is a web of community-owned networks or community-owned platforms. So Web3 can also be visualized as a web of community-owned networks or platforms. I think I like to think about this way, right? So internet companies and Web3 companies, all these enterprises coming up are digital native businesses, right? Unfortunately, the ownership stack of these digital native businesses is still paper, right? If you're forming an internet company, you still have to go and form a private limited or an LLP, so on and so forth. So what this does is the place from where you can raise capital is limited to your regulation, your jurisdiction, because it's a paper format. And also regulators and governments get to decide how many shareholders are part of your cap table.
Depending on the law of the land.
Correct. So initially pre-tokenization, you could say, or pre-trend of digitizing ownership, this was not possible, right? So let's say I have my platform, I have 5 million users, and in all good sense, I want to give ownership to my users.
One example that works very well for me, at least I understand through that, is that say 15 years ago, you want to start a company. How would you start a company? You would probably order servers online. It will be delivered in your office or in a garage. You'll set it up, connect to internet. Takes 2 months to host your website online, right? But you owned it. Then Amazon came along, said that, oh, you don't have to go through all this process. I'll do that for you, but I'll charge obviously a fee for that. And a lot of the businesses today are hosted on Amazon's, Google's, Microsoft of the world, and they can choose to change the game, the rules of the game anytime, any day. We don't have the option. It has happened to especially Web3 companies that we have been deplatformed. Like I still remember 3 years ago, MailChimp suddenly closed our account that as a crypto company, you can't send mails from our ecosystem. So they can change the rules any day, any time. With Web3, what is happening is a community is building. So say our phones today are just lying here and there and are not getting used right now. Now Ethereum network says connecting these phones, creating a network. Any business who wants to host on this network, all these people who are now participant on the ecosystem get the benefit of it. The rules of the platform can only be changed when all of us or majority of us agrees to it. Right? So it's a community-based platform building rather than a entity-owned platform, which is say Amazon, and nothing wrong with Amazon, right? But it's the new way. This is a risky asset class. It is still building. The opportunity in blockchain is same as it was 90s internet, right? So nobody know where it's gonna head. The right amount of risk appetite, the right amount of capital is only can push this innovation to the usage point of view. You can always raise through retail investors, right? But there is a limit to the risk a retail investor can take, right? So although blockchain is open, anyone can contribute, big institutions coming in can bring in that reliability, bringing that risk appetite into the ecosystem and help it grow multi-folds, which a retail investment may not be able to do.
What I was thinking was it's important milestone at this point of time, because if I talk about hard facts, if you're a Web3 startup working from here, usually like any product, right? How does value flow into a product? It flows either from fiat or it flows from crypto. And unfortunately, if you're a Web3 startup in India, you can get value from neither. You are not allowed to bring value from fiat because getting a fiat on-ramp is so difficult. And it would have been, I think it is an arena which NPCI probably could comment a lot more. Can you at some point solve fiat on and off ramps for Web3 startups and make it easy? Maybe it is a question to payment gateways and banks as well. But today that is really hard. So you cannot bring value from fiat. You don't have token issuance in the country, so you cannot bring value from crypto. So if you're a Web3 startup, what the regulations are actually telling you is stay there and survive until I save you. So that's where probably institutional money is a savior at this point, because you have to look somewhere to bring value. If you cannot bring consumer value, you can at least bring investor value from those guys.
So it all comes down to user experience, and you rightly said that a user scrolling on a Facebook doesn't need to know what is happening in the background, as long as the assurity that their data is not getting misused is given to them, right? So it may happen that a new platform comes in, bring in similar experience with an added functionality of security of your data, and people start moving there. Or Facebook realizes that the world is already moving there, why not I take the first step? And Facebook itself become that decentralized platform, helping secure user privacy, right? So we don't know where the direction is going, how much time it will take. I cannot predict. If I could predict, then I would build those products as well. But it will happen, because the cat, what do you say? The cat is out of the box. What's the saying, right? So now people know that this can be done, right? It wasn't possible before. It is possible now. So all the technology need to evolve. When will happen? Nobody can predict, but it will happen when the user experience doesn't need to deteriorate from what it is today. It can only go up. And if it can go up, you can build a better experience with these security measures, then people will come to those platforms, or the old platforms will evolve themselves to be the decentralized platform.
There are already emergence of quantum resistance blockchains, and a way to look at blockchains is it's like a crowdsourced computer, or you can look at it that way. And as more hardware innovations are available to others, even nodes can become supercomputers as well, or quantum computers. We are yet to see how those structures are being implemented, but already people are thinking about it. How can we secure blockchains when quantum computing becomes a reality? So I'm sure, I think any industry is a reflection of the talent inside that industry. So we are often faced challenges. I think people will come up with solutions for it. It is a problem which is highly recognized, so I'm hopeful it will definitely be solved. It will be good to look at blockchains which are promising quantum resistance now, how they are trying to architect their solutions. But I'm not worried that it won't be solved.
So, by the way, this is just a one part of the blockchain, right, which can be upgraded. So, today SHA 256 may get broken through, say, quantum computing. RBI releasing CBDC, they have said that it would be quantum computer proof, that it can't be even broken. So, it's just the encryption level needs to go up. And it's a normal upgrade that happens in every network, right? And it's just a network upgrade that would enable us to handle even quantum computers at that point. It's based on a type of encryption which today survives the world. Tomorrow there would be new set of computers with a new capabilities. The network need to update. It's not based on SHA 256 or 512, right? It is just a component in there. The component needs to upgrade as the world is evolving. That's about it. So it will still survive. So it's the base is still not the the encryption what you use. It's the how you use the encryption.
Yeah, also just to add on how to look at these problems, right? Some problems are ecosystem problems which often as ecosystem evolves can be solved. Like the other person mentioned, how will consumers come onto this space? For example, the philosophical approach and the infrastructural approach is not meant for consumers. Consumers, for example, today consumers of internet don't care about how open source protocols were evolved. These are the unsung heroes, right? Actually, people who did FOSS movements, built all those open source backbones of the internet used today. Built it for no monetary benefits, but consumers are using it when business models came in, monetization came in, so on and so forth. I think we'll see a similar trend for Web3. How to look at it as builders is, it's great if builders actually align with why the philosophical reason of why do we need a Web3 or what are the benefits of this, and as an infrastructure, how can we provide experience and improve it to become at some point as close as what you're using today, right? So the challenge of innovations, and I talk about this in my team, if we were to make a TV probably for 10 people, it'll probably cost a lot more, right? Because so many people use it, economies of scale comes in and it becomes more affordable. So any innovation always faces a combination of all these challenges. Infrastructure may not be ready, maybe more costly, may not be enough talented people building on it, but eventually as ecosystems keep developing, it will be solved over time. I would say censorship resistant is one of the features which are possible on Web3, right? So what is Web3 if we say? I think the way Web3 will look will change based on how builders and initial startups actually come and shape up, right? Like you said, user ownership or censorship resistant, these are all bunch of features available to you today as builders. How do we actually make use of it and build it? You can, censorship resistant is a very tricky term to actually use because we actually sit at a timeline where innovation at all times, innovation and regulation are at two ends of spectrum, and the moment you say censorship resistant, you are not being liked by one end of the spectrum. How do you make innovation more accessible to people? If that's the question you are facing for, then there's obviously there's a trade-off. There will always be networks which also have these features. I think privacy coins, etc., privacy networks, decentralized VPN, so on and so forth, are focusing on censorship resistant, but not every application requires censorship resistance in my perspective.
I remember the time in 2017-18 when the market crashed. As a builder, it was a very, very hard time. Our volumes came down like 20x. It was like, how do we build? How do we continue building in this market? And I know a lot of your projects might be facing that at this point. The markets are tanking. You're not able to get the growth that you thought you would get, right? But this is a very right time to build. Like Parth showcased, a lot of amount, $23 billion is just on the sidelines, which need to be deployed in the next 3 years, right? A lot of amazing use cases need to be unlocked on Web3 ecosystem, for which we need to keep on building, right? And this is the right time through the support of T-Hub, through the support, whatever we can do. I know we have said CoinSwitch a lot of times. We are not just branding here, but we really want to help. We really want to build this ecosystem. You want to just call out anyone. We are always available for any help that you need. But the idea is that don't lose hope. Web3 is something that we have believed over the years. We have been in the space. This is our third down cycle. And the only way out is to continue building, right? And to continue to fight, right? Whatever help you need, I think there are enough supporters today to help you in this journey, and looking forward to interacting with you, right?
Gamification of social media is the new trend. Hyderabad-based gamified social media startup Denarlin did a soft launch of its platform at the T-Hub. The startup appointed Sumant Penta as the ambassador. He spoke about the brand and it means to him and why he chose to be associated with Denarlin.
Very warm afternoon to everyone present here. I think before I begin, let me fulfill my duties as the brand ambassador of Denarlin. I'd like to welcome each one of you to the product launch of Denarlin. Social media is evolving. I think each one of us is evolving along with social media. And my intent here is to only articulate why I've chosen to be the face of the platform of Denarlin, right? Why I've made this conscious choice to represent the brand of Denarlin. Now, before Tagore Senior actually gives us the product pitch of Denarlin, of the platform, because so far I know all of you are very excited to know what the platform is, how you are going to be part of the revolution that the platform is going to generate. So big ups to you, Tagore Senior, and all the very best for the product pitch. But in the morning when I entered the room, I've spoken to a lot of people and I've asked them, what could Denarlin be? What do you think Denarlin could be? Right? So the only answers I've got were a gamified social media platform. You get rewarded for your activity, get rewarded for your time. But what is time really? What is time in the context of the internet? Now, time in the context of the internet, let me take you back by about 40 years in the lane of time. I'm of course talking about 1983. Why is 1983 significant? Of course, India won the World Cup, but otherwise, why is 1983 significant in the context of the internet? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the day when the internet was born. 1st January 1983 was when the TCP/IP protocol was introduced to the internet, and that's when the first transaction was made on the internet, right? But the internet was intended to be a space that was free and just for everybody. A platform that makes human beings equals, irrespective of religion, caste, creed, sex, gender, race, religion, color. The internet was meant for everybody. Cut to 40 years later, about 40 years later, I'm talking about the year 2021, that did not remain the reality of the internet anymore. Because the internet was supposed to be a free space, a just space for everybody. But what happened in the year 2021 was that when the internet had traveled for 40 years, the power of information on the internet started to lie in the hands of very few people. Very few players in the internet arena have started to control information. Now, they have become so powerful that they were more powerful than the most powerful person on the planet at the time. Who was that gentleman there? 45th President of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump. These few players in the internet arena have proven to be more powerful than the most powerful person on the planet at the time. Now, why do I say this? A lot of Mr. Donald J. Trump's ideas were struck off social media. He was banned from Twitter. He was banned from Facebook. He was banned from YouTube also. Now, it's true that the reason for his ban was that he was spewing a lot of hate speech at the time. But what is also important to note is that his ideas were struck off because those ideas were unpopular ideas, right? So, as a user of social media, tomorrow, my ideas could also be struck off the internet. just because mine could also be unpopular ideas. So from 2021, cut to the present day. This is a pertinent question to ask. This is a pertinent problem to solve. Do I place the power of my information in the hands of a foreign entity? Do I place the power of my information in the hands of somebody else? This is a pertinent problem, a pertinent question to ask. So ladies and gentlemen, what is the solution to that? What could be the solution to that? I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Denorlin. Why Denorlin is the solution to the problem I've just articulated is Denorlin is a platform built on Web 3.0 and blockchain. Now, what do Web 3.0 and blockchain mean? They could be marketing terms, they could be terms just given to promote a kind of a technology, but the real essence of Web 3.0 and blockchain is that the power of your information is no longer in the hands of anyone else. The power of your information is finally in your hands. When I say the power of your information, I'm talking about three things. Not just power, not just information, but also money. Power, information, money. Let me talk about power first. Like I mentioned, the power of my content lies in my hands. Let's talk about information. Completely unbiased, right? To give you a small example of how information is controlled, you put a foreign idea or a native idea on traditional social media platforms, those ideas are more likely to go up in the ranks, right? But you put an Indian idea on the same social media platforms, that idea would not go up in the ranks as easily. Why is that so? Because those foreign players are not Indian players. The algorithm is set such that a certain agenda is pushed through those platforms, right? Now, how does Denorlin come to the rescue? Denorlin is a true blue Make in India product. And now I'm proud to say that the power of my information is placed in the hands of an Indian platform. Now, what does that mean for India as a country? Indian ideas, Indian values, Indian ideals, Indian personalities, Indian emotions will now find the center stage, ladies and gentlemen. So big ups to Denorlin for achieving that. And when I talk about the present day, I've taken you right from 1983 to 2022. Now, what lies ahead after 2022? I give it over to Tagore Senior to articulate why Denorlin is the biggest player in the social media platform post 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much and a very good afternoon. I hope you have a very good afternoon going forward.
Denorlin, a gamified social media application, recently launched its beta version at an event organized at T-Hub. Tagore Jr., the founder of the startup, addressed the gathering at the launch. Listen in.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you for coming today, sir. So, I will love to, my way of styling, welcoming everyone is Namaste, my dear humans. And this is the world of Denorlin. So, today here we are sitting here, the birth anniversary of Sir APJ Abdul Kalam. So, it's been up to 91 years that the earth is revolved around the sun. So, this is something which we've been waiting for since past 2 years. Working each and every day. Day and night. Meeting new people. Understanding new perspectives. Understanding more new perspectives. Let's say, as we know, I'm so stressed and so overwhelmed today, and I would like to first thank my team first for making us trusting me and my brother believe about this concept. as you people might listen about Denorlan, right? So I'm going to give you the overview of the concept and the journey of the Denorlan. So the idea was started in the lockdown period, and me and my brother started a character. It's a superhero character, which we named it as Galaxy Brains. As we are both, we named it as a 2 Galaxy Brains. So the whole aspect of 2 Galaxy Brain is something we want to differentiate the thought process between a human mind and a galaxy brain. So how a human mind thinks and how the galaxy mind thinks. Because as we need to understand that humans are flying from one planet to another planet, right? So the mind is evolved from so much of new perspectives. The world is not the same thing which we saw in the beginning of what we saw of before like 30, 20 years. The world changed entirely different into new era. So why this name Denorlan came into existence? I mean, most of the people might ask like, what is Denorlan? Denorlan is something Dena or Lena. That means give and take. So we believe that in life nothing is for free. We had a statement that even though if my mom feeds me, she's getting happiness in return. So there is no such thing called free or something, there's no meaning. We believe that everything which is happening in this entire world has a meaning to it and has a value to it. So that's how the Denorlan came into existence. So this is where we started, I mean, the journey of 2 Galaxy Brains. And in this process we have fixed with 3 points. That means to give the benefits to the end user. I mean, we are using social media since maybe from the past 15 to 20 years, but every day as an end user, I'm not getting any benefit, right? So the 80% of the population is an end user, right? So we need to give benefits to the end user. The time which we are spending on social media should be worthwhile, and the post or anything which we upload in a social media should have a right value to it, right? I mean, a likes and a comments or sharing is not what makes a post valuable. And our main aspect is something to know themselves first. Means, if you open any social media in this present world, that we are focusing on other people first, right? I mean, there is no such thing in this entire world which talks about ourselves. I mean, what you like, what is your favorite stuff, where do you belong? So Denorlan is solving that problem in the initial stages. So, but in this entire journey, my special thank is for the T-Hub. That means it gave larger range of visibility in the market and the new perspectives. It's like it gave the colors to the picture of Denorlan. So it is a visibility, and our main future goal is something we want to make every thought into reality. Because imagine whatever you're seeing is a thoughts, right? Is a thought of a Steve Jobs, this Apple, is a thought of someone's. I mean, everyone are creating their thoughts into reality. Why can't we do it? Like, every thought has a value. Every thought should come out of the reality. So that's what our main goal is. Thank you.
Denorlan, a gamified social media application, recently launched its beta version at an event organized at T-Hub. Tagore Senior, the founder of the startup, addressed the gathering at the launch. Listen in.
The moment when you have pitched that Denorlan as Dena or Lena, I have seen that walking snake. You people might wonder, how many of you people have seen a walking snake in your life? Anyone? Anyone who have seen a walking snake? No, but I have seen it. Every single day when I pitch the same concept to the world, people always respond like snakes don't walk, they crawl. But I have seen it. That is the power of vision. Where only, each and every single individual who believes an idea can see that walking snake. You might have seen your own walking snakes in your life, where you wanted to prove to the world that I have seen it, right? Am I right or wrong? Like, yes or no? Yes or no? Charan? Yes or no? Youngsters of the nation, like, I just want you to respond. Yes or no? So that is where we have a very self-confident about ourselves. Initially, Indian culture doesn't have a more experience towards the entrepreneurship kind of mindset. And how every family goes through it. Initially, it was a really tough start for us to start the organization from our end. But we finally registered our company, and we have done a couple of good achievements within the process of the last 2 years. So we've been incubated in T-Hub on 2022 January 13th. It's been a quick 8 to 9 months that where we have that guidance from the T-Hub. Before Denorlin used to have a lot of trust issues in the market. So what T-Hub has given us is a visibility into the global market, where we can reach out to the whatever the target set of audience at a very near space. So in order to go through the concept like what Denorlin is developing, so our ultimately thought was to understand oneself first. Like the same question which someone, like I think Hari asked you, like how many of you know yourself first, right? The moment when someone comes for an interview, like tell me about yourself, they'll start pitching that this is my name, and this is what the college I have studied in, and this is what the school I have studied in. How many of, my question is like, how many of you guys really know yourself? Like me gurinchi meeku enta varaku telusu anedi, like that is what our ultimate awareness, that where we wanted to spread. So we finally came up with the 2 USP points for now, where you're gonna have the user experience by using our application. So first USP point, it's top 10s. What is top 10s? Do you ever think what's your favorite song is? What's your favorite first song is? What's your favorite first movie is? So we came up with a very unique feature which is called as top 10s. Click on any particular one. So we are coming up with a new feature which is called as top 10s. So each individual user can select 10 categories, within the given 45 categories. These are not like suggestions which you will get in the traditional social networking application, where users need to upload their favorites from their experiences, from their emotions. That is where you start thinking about yourself, like what exactly you are. Can anyone says, like, let us go with one single thing. Anyone from the back, I just wanted to, that's really appreciated to have your, support towards the Denorlin. Just hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, Charan.
Yes, sir.
So, like, you are also a beta tester of our application. Now, what's your experience using this top 10s? I just want you to share. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in my point of view, the top 10s are about the industry domains which we are good at, like which we like mostly. And the categories given, like I choose technology, like websites and everything, because I am interested in those. So I posted what I like the most. It says who am I, what I like, what I think. That's it.
So what is that one good experience that you had by uploading your top 10s?
I'm sharing what I know.
So my one quick question for you to understand, like, do you really started thinking about yourself? And that's what the question we wanted to raise.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So this is where we have believed, working on these top 10s can really make user understand who they actually are. And we came up with another USP point which is called as valuation process, where we have believed, if Picasso painting has its own value, why not the post on social media? If Picasso painting has its own value in the market, why we are restricting the users to value a post on social media? By giving certain amount of, whatever the set of value features they are giving in the current market. So what we came up with, another USP point which is called as a valuation process. Just scroll up. So this is how the valuation process works in the Denorlin. So there is a structure which we have built an algorithm with the support of technical team. So moving forward, like the entire, why I'm not pitching the entire concept to you, because if I say this is a comedy movie or if this is an action movie, you're gonna view the movie in terms of what I said. So what we wanted to do is like have the hands-on experience of using the application, have your feedbacks, have your suggestions how we can, you know, improve the user-friendly experience of using this Denorlan application, and how we have built this application, you know, right from the scratch. I just want technical team to work on this.
My name is Vivek Sridhar and I'm the President Sales for Neocred. And Neocred is a company which basically covers the end-to-end journey of a fintech. So when I say journey, right from a customer onboarding experience to processing transactions to ensuring that there is data analytics that we provide to all the customers that they are onboarding, what kind of spending patterns that the customers are doing today, to providing all the prepaid solutions that is required for a company, for cashbacks, for gift cards. We are also coming up with neo banking solutions where we can provide account opening and FD booking facilities onto the customers and everything. So we provide an end-to-end journey of a fintech. So right from the time a fintech is born to the time a fintech becomes with a 1 million customer, the entire solution that a fintech would require is something that we provide. And this solution, what we call is a Neobox solution. And this is something that we're doing today in terms of revolutionizing and democratizing the entire financial industry today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome viewers to the Founder Talk Show. We are at the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, IIITH. I have with me two co-founders who are Hanuma Madireddy and Sai Charan, and they are into, their startup is Vermic Drones, and they manufacture drones and provide drone services. Welcome gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So, let's start by understanding, I mean, there are multiple companies now coming up with, you know, either manufacturing drones or providing drone services. How do you see the, you know, how do you see the market currently, the Indian market, when it comes to drones and drone services?
So basically, that's the right question. There are multiple companies in India. There are around 200 to 300 companies which are providing services and all. So drone space is a very niche market, and there are multiple applications that can be revolutionizing each industry. Basically, if you consider agriculture, there are more than 150 million hectares of land in India, and looking at labor shortage, you know, and also when you're talking about food shortage that's going to come in next 20-30 years. So mechanization and artificial intelligence is very much important in agriculture. So in that case, if you see, there is a huge requirement, and I think a huge job employment opportunities as well. Similarly, in land mapping use cases also, if you see Swamitwa, so the entire India, they are mapping using drones. So in that case, there is a huge requirement, and hundreds of crores of tenders are coming out each and every day, and going to delivery every field. If you in next 5 to 10 years, I believe that you know, you'll be looking at drones regularly flying in the sky, just like how you look at the cars.
Wow, that's interesting, Charan.
Yeah.
So you're manufacturing drones. What, I mean, we got different grades. What grade of or what size of drones do you manufacture?
So we manufacture basically into two categories, small and medium grade drones. So the small category, we use it for survey grade, for land mapping, aerial land mapping and volumetric analysis. For agriculture per se, we use more of like a medium kind of a drone. So that is around 2 kgs to 25 kgs. So our overall takeoff weight would be around 25 kgs. Having a tank capacity, you can say around 12 liters tank.
One of the challenges for any manufacturer of drone in India is component is still to be imported, right?
That is true.
How are you overcoming that?
So we do have plans to have our in-house manufacturing of the components. So we do have our business plan set up for around 2-3 components in the earlier stages, where we are talking about the frame or the PCB board or any other motors as such. But then later on, we want to expand that and, you know, explore the other components as well. Like you know, right now in India, importing components from China or other places is very difficult, and Indian government is also not encouraging that. So this actually gives us a hope to do something in India itself, where we can see a potential in the market, saying that okay, this components is a huge requirement for them, let's do it. So that's our will and push, to be honest.
So Anu, coming to the services that you provide, can you talk about as to what kind of service do you provide as a company?
Okay, so there are two sectors which we are majorly focusing on. I'll just give our vision. We want to be global market leaders in providing end-to-end drone-based technology solutions. Drone-based technology solutions from applications ranging from farming to firefighting. And as an early stage startup, we want to focus on only a couple of sectors, that is into agriculture and land mapping. And coming to agriculture, it's very much important that the creation of awareness is very much important. The drone, the use cases are very good, but at the same time they can be fatal as well. If you see, like Chen was talking about the agri drone, which is up to 25 kg. When you don't operate it well, there will be injuries and other things happening to people. So initially we went into drone agriculture services also to make sure that the awareness and farmer networking will be happening. So we are working currently with UPL and Syngenta. These are two pesticide MNCs where we are providing services for them. People who buy their pesticides, they generate the demand and ask us to do the spraying over there. So we are working with them. And coming to land mapping, we are working with Karnataka government as well right now in LSM project with a company called Satra, where we are mapping 7 districts there. And also we work with Swachh Bharat also, where in biomining, where the legacy waste is being removed. There the volumetric analysis is to be done to make sure that the tender coming out will not be overvalued. So we worked with them, we worked with Pulivendula Smart City, we worked with Power Grid Corporation of India. So there are multiple use cases which we made sure that each use case is into a revenue model, and our idea to market, we have made sure that all the applications are made.
So you got a very interesting point, Anuma, where you talked about accidents happening due to drones. That also leads to the point that there will be demand or need for drone pilots.
Yes.
Right. So how do you address that? I know there are a few institutions. One, Hyderabad itself has an institution that trains drone pilots. So how do you see that area or that space growing in India? As in, if we today have Ola drivers, tomorrow maybe thousands of jobs probably created for drone pilots. What do you think?
We do have an interesting analogy based on the Ola driver.
Good thing about Ola. So let's say that a person from village is currently coming to Hyderabad and other cities, buying a car at 10 lakh rupees, and per day I think they will be making a rupees or 500 rupees or 1000 rupees higher side. After their expenses monthly, they are highly making 10,000 rupees, that they take home. But when you take a drone needs 2 people, one pilot and a helper, and you are buying a drone at let's say 8 lakhs or 10 lakh rupees. Per day you will be doing 25 to 30 acres of spraying, and currently in areas like Siddipeta they are charging 500 rupees per acre. So he's per acre service, per acre spraying, they are charging 500 rupees per acre. So per day they are making a revenue of 10 to 12,500, out of which they can make 40 to 50% of margin. That's coming to 5 to 6,000 rupees staying in their village, and also creating job employment opportunities to the rural people where they need not migrate to cities for 10-15,000 rupees. This is also strengthening the rural economy as well. So that's where, coming to your question when you told about job opportunities. So we do face a huge issue right now. You ask me to manufacture 20 drones, I'll do that in a week's time or 10 days time. But the major challenge in providing services is finding a pilot who is well trained. So, and government made it easy, saying that only 10th class is a requirement for a pilot to be trained. So here the thing is that skill development corporations, institutions like like you told, RPTOs and startups together should start working together and create awareness also. The major problem here is that many people don't know the job opportunities that are going to be created in drone industry in future. So even let's take engineers or pilots anywhere, there is no awareness. So this awareness should come from the basic 9th, 10th class itself, saying that this is also a career you can choose. That's when a child going into +1, +2, he can choose MPC or BPC. He should have also awareness of this drone industry as well. So all these together from 9th to 10th class only we have to start working. So to make the idea of Mr. Modi ji when he wants to make India global hub by 2030 of drone industry, this resource pool and this kind of ecosystem needs to be created very quickly.
So that's the point I was kind of thinking about, that everybody is into manufacturing drones and the services. Where do the pilots come from? You hit the nail on the head. So now the other part would be, as a startup, you said, helper, right? There's a pilot and a helper. You also need a third person, which is the maintenance guy. What's happening on that front as founders? Do you see there are enough companies out there who are into, or your company would be providing that as a service of maintenance of drones? Because there would be wear and tear. There would be need for replacing of parts. And think of it, when you go deeper into rural India, you would require people to fix like they fix their tractors today.
Yes,
right.
Exactly. So I'll say that eventually the drone industry will turn out in a way that how there are distribution networks for farm input machinery or cars, automobiles. The same way there will be distribution channels and retailers everywhere across India in each district. So we are also planning a distribution network across India where he will be our channel partner for selling that drones, as well as we will be providing the services over there. The manpower required for that, technical training or something, as said, that's a challenge that we have to address, because we don't have in India currently sufficient engineers or resource pool to make sure that all the needs are met. But eventually it's going to turn out, and that kind of distribution network and maintenance network will be established. And but unlike tractor, drone doesn't have many components, per se. So the maintenance is not something very difficult. We train the pilots as well when there are small issues which he can rectify by himself. Until and unless that's a major challenge or something, he need not go for direct to the company or somewhere to repair it. So yeah, that's the solution we have to look into.
So tell us about where as a startup, where are you today? I mean, you're in the review stage. If you're making revenues, if you can share that.
Sure. So basically, like I said, we are a manufacturing company, and manufacturing company is like capital intensive company. So for that reason, when we incorporated in July 2020, since then we've been kind of doing the services for aerial land mapping. So that's how we built our revenue. We generated revenue using that. Before that, prior to that, we actually started this company with bootstrapping. So all of our founders, we have invested some amount of money for our drones and rest of the things. And then also we have invested a very minimal amount in the services side, but generated around a good revenue. And we took that again and put it back into the manufacturing side. So currently now we are at a position where we do have one of its kind, a unique product in the market. VTOL drone. It's a tail-seater fixed wing VTOL drone, which has an endurance of 1 hour and can cover around 500 acres of land in a single flight. So this is for more of a survey purpose. So that one product which is in the final stages of testing, and we are planning to go for approvals in the coming month. And our hope is like by Jan Feb we should be getting the approval for that. And for the agriculture spraying drone, we do have two versions. Our latest version is with upgraded sensors like collision avoidance and terrain following. So we've been doing a lot of R&D in these phases, and recently we've been able to successfully close our pre-series A funding also. So with that money, our next plans would be to scale up this same ideology and take it further.
Just to add one point here, even CIE played a crucial role. When we came into the industry, we were very we were just like babies without. So this incubation center really worked good, and they have initially given us a grant of 10 lakhs as well, and also they have invested 10 lakhs into our company, valuing at 5 CR. So even IIIT helped us. CIE, Ramesh sir and Anubhav, all the team has supported us very much in the early stages. So we are very thankful to them as well for the stage we are right now.
So, as a manufacturer, you need a facility. Do you see yourself manufacturing it, or you would outsource that? You will limit yourself to designing it and getting it out there, like the iPhone does, or you would actually end up setting up facility that will manufacture it?
I wouldn't say that didn't come through our mind. So basically, our idea is to do R&D and develop the product. And then based on the market dynamics at that point of time, let's say if around down the line 1 year or 2 years down the line, I was able to create a very good product motor. But then if I see the market dynamics, if it is good, I'll manufacture itself. Otherwise, I can outsource it, like a Foxconn, and give it to other people. So
why I ask this question is because unlike a smartphone where you can introduce 1 or 2 features and one version and then release in the market with little changes in the technical specs. But in a drone, every industry would require different thing, right?
Yes.
Because in agriculture, you require it which has some payload capacity.
Yes.
Whereas in survey, you may not. But going forward, if in other industry itself, there will be different requirement, which means in a drone, everything changes. It's not going to be standardized. So if you're going to make drones for every, for within agriculture, if you're talking about, there will be multiple, models that you have to come up with.
Agreed.
So that's where the thing I want to know whether you would outsource the manufacturing, because there will be so many things. Because as a factory, you need to put up, multiple things out there.
So we are not looking to manufacture everything in house. Few things will be outsourced obviously, but few things we want to keep in ourselves because which will be our our strength. And also, and like Sharon told, we are looking at the dynamics. We are still in discussion phases with our mentors as well as investors. So we do have this question in mind: should we go manufacturing everything in house, or should we be going out? We are not sure that. We're still figuring that out because drone industry is still it's evolving, and we have to see how the market reacts and by when we can be ready manufacturing and what kind of things that works, because right now everyone is new in this industry and there is no rule book to say that you should have to go this way. So we have to figure out everything by ourselves and make sure that we'll be successful.
Which is good in some ways, right?
Yes, obviously.
No rule book, so you can
exactly.
We go beyond the rules.
So we can create the rules. So
so why drone? Why did you get into this industry as a startup?
So basically, I come from a agri background. I mean, my dad is into pesticides and fertilizers distribution from 1985. So from past 35 years, he was in the industry. From my 10th class, I used to interact with the farmers and go meet the retailers regularly. And we, as an engineers, we always wanted to get innovation into this technology and into the agriculture. So, and if you take paddy, a farmer is highly making 10,000 rupees per season if all the things are good. If the climate supports, if the prices are good, then he's making highly 10,000. And we had a couple of paddy lands, and I used to ask my dad, why are you still owning these lands and working in the farm? I mean, why are you making this? If you sell this land and if you even put in FD, you'll be getting a higher returns. Why are you doing this, Karke? Then he used to tell me, as an engineer, you have to try or bring in technology which will increase the productivity and make sure that the future will be sustainable rather than quitting. So that's when the major idea came into mind, and then we were researching on how to bring the technology into this thing, and unfortunately COVID hit and farmers were affected a lot. Labor shortage, people in Andhra at least we get migrated laborers from Orissa and West Bengal, so there is a huge labor shortage, and there are many aspects. So that's when we realized drone is going to be playing a major role, not just in spraying but also the artificial intelligence. The drone can be identifying, using precision farming, we can be identifying the stressed area of the crops, where exactly we can be doing the spraying rather than spraying entire crop. If you find a disease area over there, you can be doing there. So reducing the pesticide content. So all these things, that's how agriculture and farms increasing the productivity over there. That's how we came into drone industry. Once we started about drone industry, we realized that it's not just agriculture. There are many aspects of this field: land mapping, delivery, all these things. So initially we came into drone and land mapping. Yeah.
Charan, so what was the response, or how do the farmers respond to? How do the farmers respond when you go to them and say, "Listen, what? We'll use a drone to spray your, spray the pesticide." Yeah. How do they respond to you?
So it is like kind of a mixed thing. When farmer likes it so much, he'll take you somewhere else. He'll be like, you are amazing, you are my hero, something. But if anything goes south, the same thing, it will happen the right opposite side. But actually, if you say kind of a thing, these days the farmers are also becoming progressive. They also want to experiment new stuff because they know their difficulties when they have to do the spraying manually, right? So usually in paddy fields, they'll have to go at least 2 feet into the ground, walk their knee level, and they'll be taking around 1.5 or 2 hours to spray 1 acre of a land. But then when we took our drone and we showed them a demo, we sprayed around 8 to 10 minutes 1 acre. They were really happy with the performance, and they genuinely saw the kind of effect it took on the plant as well, on the crop as well. So they are really very positive on the usage of drones in their places. And we also have our own testimonials from the farmers. Basically they'll take time to understand the technology, but they're very eager to use the technology into their day-to-day life farming.
So there's no apprehension, because see, when he's spraying manually, he knows what he's doing. Yeah. But here is a drone that's flying over. He doesn't know. He doesn't get to see the drone actually spraying it, right? Yeah. It's a fertilizer. You don't come to know.
What happens is here the major challenge when you're saying that is not about how a drone sprays. The major difference is that when he's doing manually, he requires around 180 to 200 liters of water per acre. The solution that he's mixing is in 200 liters. When a drone is doing that, it's doing within 8 to 10 liters. So the farmers, the basic question is that, okay, generally we are doing 200 liters, you're doing with 8 liters, and you're saying the productivity or the results are the same. So that's where they're very much concerned. And also, if you see even drone in pesticides also, like they have labels saying that this should be sprayed using knapsack sprayers or boom sprayers. So earlier, like 1 year back, we didn't have pesticides which are approved for drones. The labeling, they were also in research period. Now recently government has approved, I think if I'm not wrong, around 457 pesticides got the labeling, and now they're using it. So when we came into the drone industry, when we spoke to a couple of pesticide MNCs, they were like, if you are into this for a long run, just come back. If you are looking for immediate results, no, because even pesticide industry is evolving to make sure that their pesticides are compatible with the drone. So it will take some time for the farmers to adjust and believe it, but once they start seeing the results, yes, operations wise they are very much happy. But their doubts are only on how the chemical works.
Because they don't want to lose their crop, is it?
Exactly.
Because they
At
get
the
one
end of-
season to grow it,
Yeah.
and they have to wait for the next season. So understandable. So what next for you guys? I mean, what do you see down the road next 1 year, 2 years? As you said, you already raised pre-series funds.
Yes.
So what next?
So now we have our intentions to expand the business plan. Right now we have been tying up with the different pesticide companies. We have been signing MOUs with them, to do the to provide drone as a service to them, rather than but then in the long run we also want to sell the drones to them and be able to manufacture around, you can say 100 drones per month, or based on the requirement. So our plans are, to have our own components in house, to be developing the components in house, and later point of time we also want to, either depends on the market dynamics, either we establish that entire market, manufacturing assembly line, or we give it out. So that's where we are actually still discussing and passing on ideas.
Long way to go, right?
Yeah.
So do you think in near future drones will also become way to commute from point A to point B?
Obviously,
Actually,
not like
delivery-
near future. Future. I mean, different near future. How many years are you looking at?
No, I don't know how many years. I mean,
So yes, eventually they're going to replace this. Right now there are few challenges in terms of flight time and batteries, and also there are many technologies coming into the battery as well. So in near future definitely you'll be seeing drones delivering, and of course down the line 10 to 15 years maybe you'll be starting just like air taxis they're talking about. That will be a reality for sure. And city also, you see traffic is increasing a lot, so that will make travel much easier.
And finally, MyStar TV, the channel for entrepreneurs like you, we carry stories. What are your thoughts about what we do?
So that's really good thing, when you start, as an entrepreneur, when you're going into your first interview, when you're just talking to them first time, it gives a sense of belief, and that and you are also you're doing this ideation validation also. So it's really good what you guys are doing, and also I believe I met you in T-Hub. So that's when I was very, very impressed on how you look at the market dynamics. You were talking about your name is Sunil Shetty, and there's another Sunil Shetty also. How to get your name in the first, right now I think if you type Sunil Shetty, your name is coming first.
Yes.
So how do you do that, and how you're helping startups how to make sure that presence is in their market. So you're doing a great job.
And also the kind of platform you're providing for us, right? For an entrepreneurs to come discuss their stories and show it up. It's actually very fascinating for us also, because down the line there is a lot of struggles and ups and downs that we've been facing to be standing here today. And this is something kind of a validation for us, if you will say that we have reached some place, and this is really good where people are actually noticing us and encouraging us to do beyond this. So it's actually good.
Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Wishing you all the best.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Welcome viewers to another episode of Founder Talk Show. We are at the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, IIITH. Here we are meeting another entrepreneur, Mohammad Abdul Wajid, who's founder of Wasbag Global. The startup is into ready-to-eat meat products. Wajid, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty.
So, tell me about your. I know it is about ready-to-eat meat product. Share with us what it is all about. As to what kind of products do you manufacture?
First of all, I would like to discuss about the research, what we did, why we are into this segment. So we found that there is a lot of protein deficiency in the Indian population as per Indian Council of Medical Research. So the protein content or the protein intake which the people they take is very less which is recommended by the Indian Council of Medical Research. So we thought that this deficiency, 86% of the Indian population, out of which are the majority are the vegetarians and the non-vegetarians. So non-vegetarians, now we have targeting the 67% of the population, those who are non-vegetarian. So we thought that this protein deficiency can be removed if we make a product which can be easy to eat, easy to make, easy to eat, and easy to serve also. So that's the reason we are into this segment.
So one is, the likes of Licious, which is there, which provides cut processed meat. What do you do? I know it is ready to eat. So what kind of products do you provide?
It's like European and Arabian cuisines with the Indian touch-up. So like the kebabs, sausages. So we have the customized spices. So Indian spices where the Indian taste or localized taste. So we mix up with the meat and we make the ready to eat products. So even though the products may be of the foreign origin, but the taste and everything is localized.
So Afghani chapli kebab would be tasting Indian. Right?
Indian.
Interesting. But I lived in Afghanistan, so I know of the chapli kebab. Tell us, do you have, you were telling me that you don't have a manufacturing facility, but what you've done is basically you got into a strategic tie-up to do the manufacturing.
Yeah, we have the tie-up with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR Institute, National Meat Research Institute, NRCM. So we have the MOU signed with them, and we are utilizing the facilities over there to manufacture our products. So in future we may have our own
but that's a very good model to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Low cost, you use it only when you need it and pay for it.
Yes,
that's a great model to start with.
That's what the government of India, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, has provided the facilities for the startup companies like us.
Interesting. So you also currently you're directly selling to retails, right?
Yes.
And you also have done revenues. Can you talk about that?
Not only retail, we had the outlets like other food chain like MNCs like KFC and McDonald's, which they had. So we too had the outlets at High Tech City, Hyderabad, Madhapur, and at Kondapur. So suddenly, unfortunately, everybody knows that the COVID has hit us also. So that's why we have to work only on the retail chain. So we are supplying to the supermarkets and all those things, ready to eat packets with the brand name F2F, Farm to Fork.
Okay. And see, one of the things with any food product, especially meat, typically Indian consumer would like to have it fresh, right? Go to the shop, get the chicken you want or the meat you want, and then cook it at home. I'm talking about the end user as a retail user. How do you tell them that your meat is equally good? Do you have any preservatives in it?
Yeah, first of all, we are not selling the raw meat. We are selling the value added products or the processed products which are ready to cook within 2 minutes, like Maggi was promoting their products, bus 2 minutes. So our products are also like it's already cooked at the required temperature, which is required for the cooking and to kill the germs. So nearly 100 degrees. So we cook our products, and those products need to be stored at -18 and below the temperature. So it is the norm of the Food Regulations Authority of India, FSSAI. So that is the norm. That is a condition from them. So any product which is sold at normal to room temperature may generate the germs, and all those things can affect the health of anybody who is consuming it. So we store it. So now the majority of the people, they have the perception that it's a frozen food is not good for health. It's not like that. Frozen means we are freezing that growth of the germs. We are preventing from the growth of the germs and all those things. So that perception need to be removed from the people's mind. So Government of India is working on that. The Food Regulations Authority is also working on that.
So you've been in the market for a while, right?
Yeah.
And how has been the response of your consumers? Did they feel any change or different, or did they feel your product was same as what they would otherwise go get and cook? taste wise?
Yeah, taste wise it's more tastiest because our spices, our USP is the spices. So our customized spices is one of the thing which nobody can beat us. So like we are yet to patent it. So we are into the process of patenting it. So definitely the customers will like it, and the customers who have already consumed the products, they have experience with our products, they are buying it. So whenever any shortage, what happened, your product has it's not available in this supermarket, so why it's not available, you can directly supply it to us to so and so address. So like that they are trying to contact us, and we are very happy to serve them also.
But that's a good situation to be in as an entrepreneur, isn't it?
Yes.
That people, your end consumer is reaching out to you.
Yes.
So what next? Where do you see yourself going next? Are you trying to raise fund? If yes, what kind of fund are you trying to raise?
Yeah, obviously we are looking for seed funding and VCs in future, because till now whatever we have earned and whatever is there, what we had, we have invested. So now we are looking for the VCs and seed funding partners so that we can grow further, because huge potential is there in the market, and so that's the thing that we can.
What kind of fund you are trying to raise? How much? How much are you trying to raise?
As a seed funding, as far as seed funding is concerned, so around 40-50 lakhs, which is as per the IIIT CIA of the IIIT. So what they want to offer, so that fund, it will be as a seed funding for us. So we have not approached till now to any seed funders or any institutes for the same. So this is the first time that we are open for the seed fund and when VCs for the future.
And any challenge that you have with reaching out to the market in terms of, how do you market yourself?
Yeah, obviously anybody who is putting first time into the market, they will get the negative impact. First of all, nobody will welcome startups happily, and startups are it's like that we dream, and our each breath is our dream of the startup. So we faced a lot of challenges and problems, and we took all those challenges into positive, and then we could be able to survive till now. So by the grace of God and support of all the market and customers and people like institutes like CIITH and support from the government and ICAR support, everything will help us to get motivated and run further in future also.
Perfect. Finally, my startup is a startup and channel for startups like you. We carry the stories of entrepreneurs like you. What are your thoughts about what we do?
Yeah, I really thankful to your channel that I saw that a lot of videos which you introduce and motivate the startups like us, and whatever the challenges they have faced, it will be lessons for us to learn from them. Maybe mistakes, or maybe it's obstacles or challenges, whatever they have faced, it's easy for us to get it corrected and to make ourselves aware about those challenges in advance. So that's the thing about your channel.
Thank you, Ajit. Thank you very much for being on the show.
Welcome.